Chapter 141. Simon took a short breath out and lifted the ball. The bones attached to it fell off and began to stick to Simon's right foot. Bone armor boots mode. Unlike normal bone armor, where bones stuck together at regular intervals, his entire right foot was tightly wrapped with bones, not leaving a single gap. It wasn't as heavy as he expected, and the feeling of it firmly gripping his leg was nice. After completing the boots, Simon threw the ball up high with just the snap of his wrist. Eyes glistening, he read the path of the ball. Then, he counted 2 seconds in his head before spinning on the spot fast enough to create light winds. After finishing his second spin in the blink of an eye, at the moment when the rotational power was maximized, his leg moved in a dazzling arc and connected perfectly with the falling ball. Combining rotational power, muscle strength, jet black eruption, and even the bone's force of attraction, the ball shot out in a straight line as if fired from a cannon. Lexio, struggling to keep hold of the glass wall on the verge of shattering, trembled in despair. "Ah shit, I can't block th." The precarious glass wall finally shattered, and the ball hit Lexio directly in the face. Kuhuk. Blood spurted from Lexio's nose as he was blasted back, tumbling across the ground. The ball fell to the ground, bouncing a few times before eventually settling. The students outside the court stood in a daze as if time had stopped. Then. We won. Yesius. Fierce cheers erupted like fireworks. Craning his neck forward as if criticizing something, Brett blew his whistle with a very disapproving face. The last round is over, and the final winner is Class A. Wuxia. Students from Class A led by Maylin and Camabarez rushed in and swarmed Simon, sharing the joy. And Class C, watching from a distance, trembled with a sense of defeat. Go you. It's not like this was even graded. You just won a friendly match, get over yourselves. If someone else saw this, they might think you're celebrating getting first in the dual evaluation. Hearing some of the Class C students bitching, Maylin poked her tongue out at them before turning back to high-five some other Class A students. The Class C students went red at the sheer humiliation. It didn't matter whether it reflected in their grades or not. There was nothing more devastating than losing against Kizan students. With how noisy you lot are, the match is over? Professor Hong Feng. Hong Feng and her assistant teachers appeared from the teleportation circle with a large pot. The assistants moved one by one, laying out wood, lighting the fire, and setting the pot. Then, after Hong Feng put on her gloves and removed the pot lid. Wuxia. A boiling broth was revealed, with white steam billowing into the sky. Even the nobility among the students lost all grace at the murderously delicious smell. It's a stew made out of Nusselrak, an environment-destroying species. Simon let out a wry laugh at Hong Feng's words. So she cooked Nusselrak again this time. Some students' faces stiffened slightly at the idea of monster meat, but none reacted badly. The smell from the pot was just too magnificent. Don't worry. I've had a bowl before, and it's indeed a piece of work. Rick's voice could be heard. When a student asked how, he boasted that he had been invited to Hong Feng's hut. Envious stares pierced him all over. Ugh. That attention whore is at it again. Maylin rubbed her forehead as she sighed in dismay. Simon's and Camabara's eyes met and they giggled quietly. It's a bad monster that harms the environment, so please eat it a lot from now on, students. Yes, Professor. SEA the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now. Class A, please come forward. The students lined up, and assistant teachers handed out naturally made utensils. Hong Feng herself added the finishing touches after stirring the contents with a large ladle which she then placed in front of the pot. The eyes of the students bulged when she added a huge amount of meat. Be careful. The bowl is hot. The students received the food and settled down under the canopy of trees. They dined on their meals while enjoying the beautiful scenery. This is insane. It was impossible to exaggerate the taste of it, and every student immediately found themselves taking their second, third, fourth mouthfuls. Class C students were forced to swallow their saliva. Many felt they had never been so desperate for something in their lives. She sounded certain before, but she'd still give us some, right? Of course. Wouldn't that be the teacherly ending? Just then, a student from Class C who went off to spy came back running. There is still some left. We could maybe get half a bowl each. Good, good. Everyone was desperately optimistic. But there was no mercy shown in Kizan. The rest of the stew was for Hong Feng and her assistants. The assistants poured the stew in something like a large basin, and Hong Feng literally sat in front of the pot and scraped out every last drop. Tears welled up in the Class C student's eyes. Ah, don't come here, Class C. Assistant teacher. The people from Class C keep coming here to beg. Back off, you lot. Rules are rules. To Class C, nothing could be crueler. Meanwhile, Serene had secretly placed a feather on a Class A student and taken their stew. It's pretty meh. What's so delicious about this? She partially returned the student's will with the command of her feather but kept the stew. Sitting on a rock by herself with a sullen look, she saw Simon, Camabarez, Rick, and Maylin all laughing together and chatting. I'm telling you, the Nusselrack was tenderer after Simon smacked it with the golem. Ahaha. There's no way. But isn't it true that the one we ate at the hut tasted better? Gosh, that's just the rose-colored lenses of nostalgia. Concluded Maylin, who then turned and locked her eyes with Serene. She put on a big winner's smile before quickly looking away. Aha. So this is how it felt, huh? Serene smiled bitterly and took a spoonful of stew. It began to taste fine along the way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That night. After finishing all the classes and personal training, Simon headed to the dormitory's roof. There was a curfew control line with a sign reading, but Simon secretly crossed it, apologizing to the officials in his head. The door to the roof was firmly locked. Simon looked around, found a window, and approached. He could see a rope dangling outside it. So this is it. Without hesitation, Simon opened the window, stepped on the window frame, grabbed the rope with both hands, and jumped. He climbed straight up with the strength in his arms and safely came up on the roof's railing. Ah! On the moonlit rooftop sat a man with faded, gray hair. He sat with his feet together and head pointed straight at the full moon, giving off a strange atmosphere. It felt like he was looking at a wolf who just finished howling. Blade-like hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the covered ears and cheeks and the array of old scars they contained. So you're here. The man's voice was heard. Simon grinned, coming over and sitting next to him. How long have you been out here, Kajan? About 2 hours. You should have just stayed in the room. I like to observe the moon. Also, once I close my eyes, I can't wake up. Kajan silently opened his subspace. What he took out was a bottle of a red wine and 2 wine glasses. A toast, all of a sudden? Skillfully uncorking the wine with his bare hands, he poured both glasses. The two raised their glasses, bumped them, and brought their glasses to their lips. Pretty good. Yeah. I like to drink wine when I look at the moon. Now feeling Kajan was more elegant than he looked, Simon also took a sip of his wine. He was blown away by the flavors that danced in his mouth. This wasn't the stuff you got in some rochist shop. This was top-notch. As Simon savored the wine, Kajan looked rather satisfied. Thank you for lending me Elizabeth. No, don't mention it. There was a reason he didn't bring Elizabeth to Deathland. It was because of the ongoing search in the Forbidden Forest and the cooperative investigation with Kajan. Elizabeth specialized in search, reconnaissance, and information gathering rather than combat. Simon made her roam suspicious places at night in cooperation with Kajan. She doesn't seem to trust me that much. Simon giggled at Kajan's words. I don't think it's a matter of trust, though. Simon once asked Elizabeth why she kept on whining around Kajan. While rolling around in the ruins, she pouted and complained about getting punched in the face and all that stuff. And apparently, there was a minor problem during the fight. As long as she can cooperate, it doesn't really matter. Other than that. Kajan rummaged through his inner pockets. The investigation scored some results. He held out a picture pinched between his fingers. A photo, taken by a mana camera. Simon's eyes widened when he saw it. It was an altar. The surroundings were soaked red with oozing blood, and beasts' intestines were hung in clusters. A large cross was visible in the center. Don't tell me. Yeah, the priest appeared. Brushing back his disheveled bangs, Kajan continued. When we arrived at the scene, they had already finished the ritual and were gone. As we approached the altar, there was a clicking sound, and a bomb exploded. Kajan undid a few buttons on the bottom of his shirt and pulled it up. Underneath was a chiseled set of abs, and the right of the abdomen was colored gray. The color of potion-based healing. It was all their trap. Ah. I should have noticed after I couldn't see the statue of their goddess on the cross. Kajan lowered his shirt. I don't know why, but it seems that they have to go through the ritual periodically. And lately, the frequency has increased. Going to stare at the full moon for a little longer, Kajan took a sip from his wine glass before continuing. Something might soon happen in Kizan. Stay alert. Yes. Simon nodded with a stiff face. The two clinked wine glasses again. Would it be because they were intoxicated or comrades with the same goal? Or was it the sense of camaraderie from living in Kizan while hiding their identities? Conversation went smoothly today. The two talked late into the night. By the way, Kajan. Simon checked Kajan's mood before asking. What was the reason behind you getting held back a year? He wordlessly downed a glass of wine. It was because of a mission. It was just last year. As usual, Kajan, searching Roke Island at night, found the priest performing a ritual in the Forbidden Forest. After a fierce chase, he lost sight of the priest but did see the face beneath the hood. Then. Simon, listening to the story, jumped up. You know what the priest looks like? Let me finish. The next day, Kajan didn't even attend class and went around the whole school looking for the face he saw that last night. Then, he noticed a first year chatting with his friends in the lecture room during recess. He was certain. No matter how many times he checked, it matched the face in his memory. Kajan entered the classroom, and as soon as the students saw Kajan, he cowered before turning tail and running. That made Kajan certain. He knocked the student down to the floor and beat the living daylights out of him. The student quickly passed out, face bloody and bruised. However, he wasn't the priest. Sighed Kajan, refilling his glass once more. It was all the priest's trap. He put on a biological face made to look just like that student's face and deliberately exposed it to me. Ah. Biological faces were a camouflage tool that necromancers used to hide their faces. Later, when I went to the student and asked why he ran when he saw me, he said that a man who looked just like me had been stalking him. That, night after night, he sat by the window of his dorm room on the 4th floor and stared at him. Simon felt a chill run down his spine. I was given severe punishment, although with the help of Nephthys I managed to avoid expulsion. But it added many restrictions on my future activities. Kajan clenched his fists. He's very meticulous and cautious. He's the type to make precise plans and move without hesitation. I think so too. Simon nodded. It was also like that during the performance assessment. He never imagined they'd try to harm him by doing something to the Cyclops. A detailed investigation was conducted on the faculty members and servants, even using dark mind magic, but nothing was found. One thing for certain is that the priest is on Roke Island. We have no choice but to raid the scene to find out more. Indeed. Knowing it would not be that easy, Simon raised his wine glass in a toast. Now, it's your turn. I'm sure you've only met them once, but is there any information you can deduce about the priest? In my case, it's a little vague, but... Looking at the small pebbles that managed to find their way up on the roof, Simon continued. I placed a mark on the priest that only I can recognize. Chapter 142. A mark that only you can recognize? What is it? Asked Kajan. Actually, the thing is, it drew blood. At that time, he confirmed that the hem of the priest's hood was stained with red. The priest must have a scrape on their cheek. Of course, a potion would have healed the wound, but Simon figured a faint scar might have remained if the wound was deep. Kajan folded his arms and pondered. He seemed to be thinking of the faces of people with scars on their cheeks among the suspects. In the end, it's quite vague. Kajan shook his head. There's a chance that no scar remained, and there are many ways to hide them. Above all, it's impossible to determine the culprit based on a single scar. Yeah, that's for sure. Simon had already checked several people, but no one seemed suspicious. Then, Kajan opened his subspace and took out a small pair of glasses. I'll give you this just in case. What's this? It's something I've been carrying ever since I fell for the priest's trap. Simon took the glasses and tried them on right away. It didn't seem to have any prescription, but his vision had gone blurry. If you wear that, you can see a real face behind a biological face. It would show through if they used a biological face to cover up the scar. Oh, that's pretty good. The chance of spotting the priest with this was low, but it was better than nothing. Simon tucked the glasses away in his inner pocket. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Once again, Kizan's busy days began. They had to prepare for the performance assessment, the dual evaluation, the final exam that'll be in a few months. Ah. Absolutely magnificent. Bahil, a professor of curses, gave a round of applause. He brought Simon to the stage and had him write the curses equation on the blackboard. He was explaining to the students how perfect, creative, and original this equation written by Simon was. Simon. Why did you exclude the vibration formula from the motion sickness curse? Oh, that. Simon scratched the side of his head. After tossing up on whether he should be honest or make it up, Simon confessed. I didn't know the vibration formula very well, so I replaced it with the imbalance formula. Stifled laughter could be heard from everywhere. To think that a special admission number 1 doesn't even know the vibration formula. He's only good at summoning, he lacks fundamentals. Hector's faction added a word or two as though waiting for this exact moment. However, it's original. It's great. Bahil swelled with a protective pride. It's because he didn't do any prior studies. Because his thoughts were pure white paper that hadn't been stained by the ink of formulas and modifications. That's how he can come up with such a unique idea. Bahil pounded on the blackboard and, elated, poured out explanation after explanation. The motion sickness curse, of course, has to be made with the vibration formula. But this thinking just means that your brain is contaminated with tradition. Motion sickness isn't only caused by vibration. Humans experience motion sickness due to the discrepancy between the movement felt by the body and visual information. The sickness from riding a fast carriage on the pavement and the sickness you get from staring at movements on a mana screen for too long are both examples of this. Bahil went on to explain the visual motion sickness effect achieved by the imbalance formula in the motion sickness curse. Very well. This is how you should expand the curse equation. Now, a round of applause, please. Applause came from across the room. Simon felt at a loss with the overwhelming praise and bowed his head. Bahil placed a hand on Simon's shoulder. I really like your idea, Simon. However, since the curse requires fast casting speed, let's start simple with the vibration formula. Ah, yes sir. So we're going with vibration after all. The curse's aspirants complained inwardly, but they couldn't dare voice those thoughts. Bahil affectionately patted Simon on the back, who returned to his seat. Love is overflowing in your eyes, Professor. Chihekel, standing under the stage, sighed. A Kizan professor's one-sided love for his student. It was quite a rare sight. Still, watching Bahil so flooded with joy, even if restrained, it's nice, I guess. But she couldn't be careless at times like this. Bahil could be quite unpredictable. In fact, at this point, it wouldn't be strange for him to put a curse on Simon's body to make him a puppet disciple. He only didn't because he was concerned Simon's genius could be damaged. Chihekel. At Bahil's voice, she jumped before slowly turning her head toward him. Yes, Professor? For the rest of the period, please continue the practical training, assistant teacher. What was the matter with him? He always taught Class A himself, even the practical training. But Chihekel just bowed her head despite her confusion. Understood. Bahil strode off, and Chihekel came up to the stage. We'll begin the practical training after a 15-minute break. Assistant teachers, gather in front of me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After training the students and finishing the class without trouble, Chihekel came to Bahil's lab. She lightly knocked with the back of her hand. Professor, this is Chihekel. There was no response telling her to come in, but Chihekel opened the door and entered the lab as if used to it. And she was surprised. On the large blackboard that occupied the entire back wall of the lab, Bahil was frantically moving his chalk as he drew up formulas. He's finally on it again after so long. Chihekel waited with her hands folded in silence. An hour passed like that. Bahil, who had filled every corner of the blackboard with formulas, looked back at her, wiping the sweat off his forehead. When did you come in, Chihekel? About an hour ago. What about the class? We ended it well. Beside all that, what's that formula? Bahil grinned and slammed the blackboard. I heard that the Dresden Kingdom has been in trouble as of late due to attacks by wild harpies. It's a motion sickness curse that applies to flying monsters. Her eyes widened. So it's a remade motion sickness, a new version. Exactly. Flying monsters tend to be unfazed by the vibration-style motion sickness. That's because it's a curse made only to deal with humans without considering a harpy's sense of balance. So I created a new curse using intersectional motion sickness. Bahil's fingers danced across the blackboard as he explained various parts of the equation. Creating discord between visual information and balance information. Using this formula, the harpies will feel as if they're moving down when they're flying straight and vice versa. In the end, the more the harpies fly, the more they'll feel this discrepancy, and they'll soon fall to the ground out of motion sickness. He was a real geek and pervert, but his ability was real. As a scholar of curses, Chihekel was genuinely impressed. Wait, then the compliment you gave Simon wasn't just lip service? Huh. You've worked with me for how long, and you still don't know me, Chihekel? Bahil sat down on the armrest of his sofa and began to stretch his hands after writing for over an hour. My compliments to him are completely sincere. His way of thinking about formulas is different from that of ordinary students. His way of thinking is slightly twisted. Even I get a lot of inspiration from listening to his answers. Bahil gave a light laugh and continued. In Professor Jane's test on the first day of beginner dark magic, him deriving 1,200,146 without using the Theron formula but through an ancient rune from Mechanics of Jet Black, the instant skeleton formula from summoning, and the exhaust formula from curses stirred gossip even in the professors, right? It's like that. Bahil rhythmically drummed his fingers against the armrest in unbridled joy. His creativity in dealing with formulas reminds me of a wound-up spring being released. You cannot know where it'll go. If his parents didn't let him study in advance so he would have his originality at the moment genius exploded. Their ideas and perseverance would not just be something to admire, but fear. Alright, I get what you're saying, Professor. It was as if he was about to bow in the direction of Simon's parents. Readying the clipboard she used for the classwork, she asked. So, what will you name the remade motion sickness? After thinking for a while, Bahil said. Emotion sickness? Lame. Bahil laughed and got up from his seat. Then, he spoke without the hint of a smile. Professor Silage is moving. I heard that they had tangible results from studying the blood known as SM1. Simon couldn't have any fun in hemomancy class until now. Simon's SM1 blood was a brand new type. Since it was completely different to existing hemomancy types and hadn't yet been studied, Silage had no way to teach him. So Silage moved his disciples all over the continent to proceed with the research, and the results were about to be revealed. I believe it'll take about 15 days for Silage to complete SM1's curriculum for Simon. That's a crisis, said Xianxia, calm. Yes. Indeed it is a crisis. Adding to that, Professor Hongfeng's counterattack is also scary. Bahil clasped his hands together and spoke heavily. I heard she started teaching jet black eruption in combat dark magic. Why do you think she progressed her class so quickly? Sure enough, only Simon Polantia learned eruption in that class. She must intend to keep Simon's combat dark magic growing. Xianxia frowned. I wonder. According to the rumors I've heard, Simon rejected Professor Hongfeng's offer to become her direct disciple. At that, Bahil burst into laughter. Do you really believe such an obvious bluff? Even if the rumors are true, Hongfeng isn't a woman to give up just like that. Everyone is fooled by her foreign accent and innocent face, but she's a very tenacious and greedy person. In addition to the existing summoning, combat dark magic and now hemomancy. The competition for this one student was insane. Xianxia sighed and continued. But Professor Bahil, during the dual evaluation between Simon and Malcolm, didn't you say you did not need to be impatient, since he'll fall into your hands in the end? There must be a reason you talked so big. Of course, Xianxia. Bahil went to the edge of the blackboard and pulled a string. Then, several layers of paper fell in clumps beneath the blackboard. I'm making a curse only for my Simon. Please, never say that again. The new Simon Polantia original that I'll present to him. I plan to show him a level far above that trivial bone armor. Thinking soberly, Simon was currently doing well with summoning. Even in the dual evaluation, he overwhelmed the special admission number 10. In a way, it was only natural that Simon wouldn't have much interest in other studies. As a student, it was wise to focus on one specialty instead of training other means of attack. I decided to understand him. Isn't it true? It's unnecessary trouble to use a curse to weaken an opponent who will fall to the overlord without him lifting a finger. So Bahil changed his ways. Rather than emphasizing the combat aspect, a completely new curse was needed to catch his attention. When this study is complete, I guarantee Simon will be mine. But I believe time will be an issue. Sar the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bahil rubbed his chin. Which will be developed first, Silage's SM1 style, or my Simon original curse? Xianxia let out a laugh as if stupefied by what was going on. If Simon knew this, he'd be overjoyed. The great Kism professors are desperately fighting to win his favor. Why is everyone going so far? Isn't it obvious? Bahil grinned. The benefits of making him our disciple is worth doing this all 100 times over. *****. Simon's group 7 came to the cafeteria together after finishing the curses class. Today again, the 4 of them ordered the limited menu hamburger steak and took their seats. Kamabura smiled brightly. Phew, it was a close call today. The 2 people behind us were the last ones. I know, right? Rick rested his chin on his hands and grabbed some of the fries. Everyone's information is getting faster and faster. It looks like a new community has been established that I don't know about. I guess I'll have to investigate. Stop fussing so much about something so small. Malin snorted and cut a slice of the hamburger steak. Despite saying that, she was the one who enjoyed the limited menu item the most. By the way. Simon looked around. Don't you think the atmosphere is a bit off? Why, you're right. The students, as well as the assistant teachers who ate here, were talking quickly with stiffened faces. Rick said, "Give me a moment," and went to listen in on the rumors. Did something happen? Perhaps Efnal did something? Like a preemptive strike or something? And no way. Then Rick ran back to his groupmates while sweating profusely. "Rick! What's wrong?" "Hiya, that's definitely big news," said Rick, brushing his hair back with a conflicted expression. "Professor Lang of Poisonous Alchemy has passed away." Chapter 143 Langstrauss. Professor of Poisonous Alchemy. He died at the age of 87 after a long illness. This shocking news flipped all of Kizun. News of his condition getting worse was widespread. Many times he vomited blood in class, leaving Francesca the chief assistant teacher to teach instead. It wasn't just other professors, but even his close acquaintances who urged Lang to retire. Yet he showed up every day, saying that he couldn't abandon his mission. The overwork only made his condition worsen. In the end, this may have been inevitable. It seemed that Lang was also aware of this inevitability. He had written a will. It is not appropriate to bother students with bright futures ahead because of an old dead man. If I die and the Knights of Erebus come, I wish you to continue teaching the students. I want Francesca, the chief assistant teacher, to carry on my job. I know this is unprecedented, but she is a talented person who shall grow to be far greater a necromancer than I, who is but an old man. It would be a shame for that child's talent and passion to be left unutilized. Even if the funeral is held in a mausoleum, hold it modestly. Please omit the cumbersome customs. Nephthys, my great comrade, teacher, and close friend. I hope you may forgive me for leaving you alone like this once more. I lament the curse of time, but do not waste yourself with the same lamentations. After Lang's death were the Knights of Erebus. It was an old Kizun tradition for mourning the death of a renowned Kizun necromancer. If there were any traditions that necromancers always pursued change, development, and practicalities insisted on without exception, they were ones related to death. During this time, professors and assistant teachers wore black. The students were dressed in school uniforms as usual, but all buttons were done up, and they wore black ties. Male students had to wear black socks, and girls had to wear black stockings. Also, during the 3 nights of Erebus, no lights or fires could be lit so the deceased could rest their eyes in comfort, left within the cozy darkness. Still, they performed normal classes on the first and second days to follow Lang's will. Instead of using mana projectors, the professors drew directly onto the blackboards or used photographic materials and refrained from dark magic that caused fire or produced bright light. Students who returned to the dormitory after class had to go to bed and sleep when night fell. Because the power generator was completely shut off, and all lights were turned off in the dormitory, all of Kizun was in darkness. Even the lighting of candles was forbidden unless it was a serious matter. Light during this period was an insult to the deceased and their death. 2 days passed like that before the sun rose on the 3rd day of the Knights of Erebus. The funeral was scheduled for the last day. Renowned necromancers of Kizun went to an inviolable place called the Mausoleum after they died. After performing various ceremonies within it and sending Lang away, the Knights of Erebus would finally come to an end. Every professor in Kizun attended Lang's funeral. Among the students, some who had a connection with Lang were selected to go up to the mausoleum. From the people Simon knew, Lorraine, the daughter of Nephthys, and Claudia Menzies, a poisonous alchemy aspirant in Class A, went to the mausoleum. The third years in particular went into a huge uproar. Lang was so popular amongst them that most poisonous alchemy majors quit their missions and returned to Roke Island. However, Lang's will to continue classes couldn't be ignored, so classes on the 3rd day of the Knights of Erebus were conducted in the form of self-study without a professor but supervised by assistant teachers. Of all subjects, it's poisonous alchemy right in the first period, muttered Rick as he sat down and straightened his black tie. Ugh, sleeping too much made me even more tired. Were we asleep from 8? Simon laughed softly as he pulled out a chair in the seat next to him. Think positively. We finally got a chance to catch up on all our lost sleep. Even the poisonous alchemy class wasn't in its usual practice hall but an ordinary lecture room with only desks and chairs. During the Knights of Erebus, using fire to boil the cauldrons was also forbidden. Hello everyone. What's gotten into you two lazybones? You guys are so early. Camabarez and Maylin also arrived at the lecture room. Both also wore black ties. Then Camabarez, who usually went barefoot, wore black stockings, and Maylin kept her long hair neatly held up with a black hairpin. You guys, did you know? As usual, Rick blabbered on. That this poisonous alchemy class won't be a self-study, but a normal class. What do you mean? Is it even possible to have normal classes without the professors? In response to Maylin's question, Rick said in a faint voice. The thing is, I heard that former assistant teacher Xianxia, now promoted to professor, actually didn't go to the mausoleum. Simon, Maylin, and Cammy all stared at Rick with wide eyes. You're serious? Why? Chief Assistant Teacher Francesca Velman obeyed Lang's will more than anyone else. According to Kizen's rules, Lang's assistant teachers would be disbanded, and another professor for poisonous alchemy and their assistant teachers would come in from outside. But Nephthys couldn't refuse her longtime comrade's final request. Although unprecedented, Francesca was promoted straight from assistant teacher to Kizen professor. In fact, although people questioned going against procedure, no one questioned her in terms of skills. Even on the field, everyone was satisfied with her skills. And Rick lowered his voice. Nephthys was going to entrust the last funeral ceremony to the deceased's most cherished disciple, assistant teacher Francesca. Professor Francesca. Corrected Maylin in a stern voice. Ah, yes. Anyway, Professor Francesca rejected Nephthys' proposal. The three of them glanced between each other, shocked. Simon asked. Why did she refuse? Why yeah. I don't quite understand. I heard that sprinkling the deceased's ashes at the end is a great honor. From what I heard, it was because of the CLA. All four of them shut their mouths at the same time. Speaking of the devil, Francesca, now a professor, had appeared. She walked into the lecture room, her red hair fluttering behind her. The class A students who came to take the morning class wore stiff expressions. She really didn't go to the funeral? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Maybe it was because she now held the title of Kizen Professor for Poisonous Alchemy. She looked completely different from when she was supporting Lang. All black from head to toe, she wore a black suit, shoes, and a scarf around her neck. Every time she walked, her hair and scarf waved through the wind in harmony. She stood before Class A as a professor for the first time. The routine of building up her resolve by tying back her long hair remained unchanged. Class President. Those were Professor Francesca's first words. While everyone was dazed, Jamie Victoria jumped to her feet. She moved with quick wit. Attention. Bow. Good morning, Professor. After all the students bowed their heads in unison, she replied with a gentle smile. Welcome, everyone. Jamie and the other students felt their hearts tingle. Lang was a bit old-fashioned, and he was the only Kizen professor who made his students bow. But his young disciple decided to inherit that routine. She took a deep breath. Professor Lang. The student's mouths went agape. Considered everyday life to be more important than anything else. She told Lang's story first, which no one else had even mentioned. It felt more pitiful because it felt like she was peeling open her own wounds. That was the reason why he tried to stand up front despite his sick body. Professor Lang said it so much it became a habit. Don't look back at the past, don't work for the future, just be faithful to the moment. Her voice spread out softly. He said that the past restrains the present, and the future exhausts it. But that when the faithful present gathers up, it becomes a rich past and a bright future. Professor Lang was faithful to the present until the moment he passed. Her voice was more engaging than in any of the other classes she had done. Professor Lang has passed away, but I'll live in the present. I promise to devote all my energy and passion to teaching you every day. Then, I believe Professor Lang will smile at me as well. It was a short speech, but Francesca greatly touched the students' hearts. Tears soon entered the eyes of Maylin, who always admired her, and Camabarez had to cover her mouth. Sniffles were heard from all across the lecture room. Well then, let us begin with class. Francesca's class was already dynamic, but it felt far more upgraded today. See the nelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She walked around the lecture room dripping with sweat, drawing on the blackboard in detail to help the students understand the components of toxic ingredients. No student or assistant teacher looked down on her for once being an assistant teacher. Maybe it was because her speech was so impressive that everyone followed her as a Kizan professor from the bottom of their hearts. And 3 hours flew by just like that. Attention. Bow. Thank you for the class. Thank you, too. I'll see you all again next week. Perhaps the emotions were still great, as the students left the lecture room slowly. Most notably, poisonous alchemy aspirants close to Francesca went up to her and left words of encouragement. Francesca smiled kindly and accepted them. Just then, Simon quietly took Kajan's glasses from his inner pocket. Since receiving the item, he has been checking professors and assistant teachers to see if they were wearing biological faces or had a scar on their cheeks. Simon put on his glasses and looked at Francesca. Again, there was no difference. There were no scars on the cheeks either. When Simon was about to grab the frame to take his glasses off, Camabarez, who was looking at Simon transfixed, blushed in surprise. She then waved her arms in front of her. Ah! It's nothing. Mei-Lin, who packed her bag into her subspace, approached. Hey, what are those glasses? They're so old-fashioned, and you look like a nerd. They're old-fashioned, but they give off a pretty good vibe. Rick approached from the side, took off Simon's glasses with a smooth motion, and put them on himself. Then, he looked back at the three of them and took a pose. What do you think? Makes me want to puke. Mei-Lin pretended to vomit, and Camabarez clapped with a blank face. Rick paused. Then, he began to scan Mei-Lin's body from top to bottom. Mei-Lin, who had been standing still, suddenly turned red. Hey, shit. What's with the way you're looking at me? What do you mean? Give me those glasses. Mei-Lin approached. After quickly spinning out of the way, Rick patted Simon on the shoulder, placing the glasses back in Simon's hand. Phew, Simon, you're a man after all. ? Ugh, what are those glasses? Simon tried on his glasses again. There was a slight see-through effect because it was a pair of glasses that allowed the user to see beyond a biological face. Of course, it didn't have the dramatic effect that Rick was imagining, just that something grayish could be seen through the uniform. Hey! Mei-Lin rushed in and snatched the glasses off of Simon. She tried them on as if she was about to commit a murder should something strange come up, but it wasn't really that bad. She returned the glasses to Simon while clicking her tongue. By the way, where did you get these? Simon shrugged at Rick's question. Kajan gave them to me. Whoa. So mean. Are the two of you that close? I feel like I'm being isolated in the dorm these days. Help me get closer to him. Simon chuckled. First of all, he wants you to be quiet while he's trying to sleep. Kook. I don't know who that person is, but Rick's definitely at fault. Cheer up, Rick. You'll soon get to know each other well. The four of them walked out of the lecture room while having a friendly conversation. Class A had about 2 hours to spare before the next class, Hemomancy. Rick went to the dormitory storage room. Apparently, there was a shortage of workers with a lot of business-related supplies coming in today. Mei-Lin said she and her clubmates would stop by the Magic Technology Academy. It was the building right next to the Poisonous Alchemy Academy where Simon took the class. And it's been a while. Just the two of us, said Camabarez, with her cheeks flushed and brought up into a slight smile. Simon also smiled and nodded. Let's go eat, Cammy. Yes. Chapter 144. Simon, What's wrong? Her knees buckled for a moment as she murmured. You looked good in the glasses, I mean. Really? Haha, thank you. The two headed to the cafeteria together. It was lunchtime, so there were a lot of people. They went to the end of the line, waited, leisurely ate their lunches for about an hour, and enjoyed dessert at a cafe to cheer themselves up. That chocolate frappe was to die for, said Camabarez, a pure smile on her face. Simon thought she was very excited today. Usually, she was very conscious of the people around her and talked less, maybe to avoid making mistakes. But her constant chatter at the cafe today seemed new. Well, I guess it's not exactly new. Thinking about it, he had seen an equally excited Camabarez before. First, on the night he first met her in a group class, and second, when they went to the Forbidden Forest together. We have about 30 minutes until our next class, said Simon while looking at his wristwatch. She smiled. Then how about we go to the lecture room early? Sure. The two walked slowly through the campus. Simon, I have a question. What is it? This is a story about Saddam. The club I joined, there's a group of first-year students that hang around together, you see. Yeah? They're really, really close. Everyone seems to be very happy to belong to this group. But what if two members of the group, began to like each other? She looked up at Simon with a bright red face. Would the whole friend group be able to hang out together in the same way? The thing is, my friend seems to be checking my disposition on this for no reason, so. Simon scratched the side of his head. It's embarrassing. I don't know because I've never dated anyone either, but wouldn't it be inevitable for the atmosphere to change? Do you think so after all? When you start dating, you implicitly prioritize your lover over other friends, and it won't be an equal atmosphere for all four of you. She clenched her fists together as her face stiffened. Still, people's emotions aren't something you can control, said Simon, stretching nonchalantly. I think it's something natural. Yeah. That's true. The two continued to talk about various topics while heading to the magical bullet shooting range, where the hemomancy class was to be held. Then, Camabara's eyes widened in surprise and she rummaged through her skirt's pockets. What's wrong? I left my notebook at the cafe. I'll go get it. No. It's mine, so I'll go. I'll be fast. Go ahead and enter the lecture room without me, she shouted before sprinting back to the campus cafe. Simon went and sat down on a nearby bench. The wind blew softly, gently carrying his hair along with it. It was very peaceful. Times like these remind me of the good old days. He used to lie on the grass at Les Hill absent-mindedly for hours. Simon tilted his head back and looked up at the sky. ? The sky was tinted red. Straining his eyes, he saw something like a red barrier stretched out above him. Because of that barrier's color, the sky looked like it was soaked with blood. A barrier? I heard that Kizan has a defensive barrier, but it was the first time it had been so visible. Simon frowned as he looked up at the sky. Why is the barrier suddenly visible to the naked eye? Worry. Or foreboding. Suddenly, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and a strange dread seeped in. He had no actual reason to be anxious, but his instincts said that something huge was about to happen. Just as Simon was about to stand up, concrete and fire mixed as an explosion erupted nearby. His vision spun just from the winds created by the explosion, and that vision soon found itself staring directly at the dirt floor as he fell into it. He could barely hear a thing, and a loud ringing thundered on inside his ears. The ground still shook from the force of it all, and he could barely get an inch off the ground with how dizzy he was. However, Simon managed to squirm his way up off the ground and look around. Black soot filled the air. The explosion had shattered the shooting range Camabarez would have been in had she not left her notebook behind. What the hell is this? With how unrealistic the scene unfurling before his eyes was, Simon struggled to even comprehend what was going on. It didn't help that his ears kept ringing. After demolishing the magical bullet shooting range, an explosion also erupted on the other side of the campus. The building behind the Poisonous Alchemy Academy. It was the Magic Technology Academy. Mail in. Simon jumped to his feet. But before he could do anything, another few buildings were ripped open by explosions. One explosion burst forth from the dormitory, and another devastated the central first-year learning center. The world surrounding Simon was covered in soot, blotting out even the sun. Ear-piercing screams soon followed. Amidst the smoke and buildings catching fire, students were bleeding to death. Ah! His eyes shook. What the fuck is going on? What about Maylin? Rick? And Cammy? Simon's blood froze. He ran like crazy, coughing from the smoke and still dizzy. But all he could think about was how he had to run. One of his friends was nearby. He could still save her. Simon, frantically wading through the smoke, suddenly froze. Cammy. Camabaraz was collapsed on the ground, blood staining her forehead. Her skin was grayish, and she was coughing up a storm. Are you okay? Hang in there. Simon? Thankfully, she opened her eyes. What's going on? An explosion suddenly. I don't know either. But this place is dangerous. Can you walk? She nodded and stood up. Simon's only thought was that he had to somehow get her out of Kizan. It was no longer safe here. Simon grabbed her by the wrist and pushed his way through the smoke. Seriously, what is going on? Is this even real? What is? The sound of flesh and bone being pierced like they're nothing. An intense pain that could be felt even through the waves of adrenaline. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Simon. Simon looked down. Something black, seemingly made of jet black, was protruding from his chest. It was a cross. A cross had impaled his chest. All strength drained from his body and he fell to the ground. Camabaraz burst into tears and knelt beside Simon. 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 Are you all right? Please. Please. No. Don't do this. Simon. In a world of smoke and ash, someone was walking toward him. Simon desperately moved his head to see his assailant if it was the last thing he did. Blood-red hair, a black scarf that fluttered with the flames. It was a woman in all black. Too much curiosity kills the cat. Seeing her demonic smile, Simon's eyes were filled with shock. You guys should have left Kizan while you had the chance. 101 thoughts ran through Simon's mind. That was it. Damn it. That was it. Professor Francesca. Francesca was the priest. She was the spy. She killed all these students. This needs to be stopped. I need to tell them. I need to inform Kajan, Lorraine, the professors. Nephthys. But Simon felt the strength leaving his body. His blood-stained vision blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. Countless black crosses enveloped the sky above the crying and screaming Camabaraz. Run. Not a sound left his lips. Run, Cammy. The crosses fell. Simon took his last breath. He heard the ticking of a clock in his ears. He was still conscious. When Simon lowered his gaze, he saw the artifact given to him by Nephthys emitting a bright light. Exclamation point. The pain disappeared, alongside all his heightened emotions and senses. Before he knew it, Francesca, Camabaraz, and the flaming Kizan had vanished, and Simon fell into a world of black and white. There was a tall woman, with silver hair billowing out behind her. Countless clocks ticked in the air around her as she raised her outstretched arms. A shadow fell across her face. Simon knew he had never seen her before, but somehow, she felt familiar. Some characteristics he recognized were reflected in her appearance. Nephthys? Simon fully went unconscious. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon, Simon. Simon, wake up. You'll be scolded. Startled, Simon shot awake. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Camabarez, who was staring at him from the neighboring seat, wide-eyed. Simon's lips trembled. What the hell is this? He looked around. It was the lecture room. He saw Rick and Maylin casually taking notes. All the other Class A students were fine, just moving their quills. A cool breeze came in from the window. The calmness was almost unnerving after the horrors from mere moments ago. It was so peaceful. Everyone is alive? Along with the relief, a heavy shudder ran down his spine and through his whole body. Was it a nightmare? No, that wasn't a dream. It was definitely real. Looking at the desk, he saw a textbook for poisonous alchemy. Simon raised his arm and checked his watch. Ah. That was it. He had regressed to a few hours before that horrific incident. When he looked down, he discovered that the necklace Nephthys gave him had been utterly destroyed. He remembered what Kajan had told him about the artifact. So this is what he meant by experiencing death? Simon's heart was racing. Hey, are you all right? Camabarez looked at Simon with worry in her eyes. You're white as a sheet. The moment he met Camabarez's worried eyes, Simon almost felt his will crumble. He wanted to scream, grab her by the shoulder, and shake her frantically as he burst into tears and begged for her to flee. But Simon bit his lip and swallowed down the words. Now was not the time. It was too dangerous. After all, the explosion was nothing compared to what was before him. Simon finally mustered the courage to look ahead. The caseous venom is a form of vascular poison. It destroys blood vessels and cells so the bleeding doesn't stop, gradually draining the prey's strength. Francesca. The source of it all was right in front of him. His heart raced faster than he could ever imagine, and blood rushed to his face. Was this how a detective who had the culprit right in front of him felt? He wanted to get up right away and shout that she was a priest. But how do I prove it? That she's going to explode Kizan in 3 hours' time? Panic welled up inside him. Calm down, please, calm down. But Simon kept trembling. Several times he envisioned kicking his desk away and taking her down. That's stupid. If he picked a fight now, students inspired by Francesca's speech would take her side. And Simon has seen her powers in the Forbidden Forest. Without the power of the commander, he would lose 100 times out of 100. I mean, would it be possible to win against her even if every last student in the class attacked her right now? It was pure insanity. The opponent was a ruthless priest who planned to blow up Kizan. Any student who dared to attack her would be murdered. Calm down. If I die here, it really is over. The artifact created with the power of Nephthys had been destroyed. It turning back time twice was most likely impossible. He needed to think of this as his last chance. He couldn't act hastily and ruin everything. He had no choice but to try to think up a plan. His legs were still shaking and his mouth had gone dry. I can do it, I can do it. I can do it. Finally. Simon took a deep breath and successfully reined in his chaotic thoughts. First, he pressed Pierre's clone with his fingers. Pierre. Bring the entire legion and come to Kizan immediately. Bring Elizabeth, too. Now. As soon as physically possible. Boy? I can feel your mind quivering. Is there something wrong? I found the priest. I'll give a detailed explanation later, so please come quickly. Understood. I'll head there right away. He took his fingers off the clone. Phew. The poisonous alchemy class wasn't over yet. Provoking her was dangerous. He had to endure it, at least until the Legion arrived. Simon slipped his trembling hands into his pockets. Then, he took out Kajan's glasses and put them on. Francesca's face didn't change. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He couldn't see the scar on her cheek. Her face was still the SA. Ah. For a brief moment, Simon witnessed a terrible, nightmarish sight. Another face suddenly appeared behind the face of Francesca, who was teaching the students. The eyes, nose, and mouth protruded from where the cheeks should be. No, that wasn't quite right. It wasn't that another face had appeared, she just turned her real head with her biological face on and remaining stationary. He couldn't see it through Kajan's glasses before because she was wearing a biological skin modeled after her own face, so there were no obvious changes. But now, a crack had appeared in her disguise. The real face of Francesca, hidden behind the biological face, was smiling. And she was staring directly at Simon. Exclamation point. Her eyes lit up as corners of her mouth tore open into a demonic grin. It was the same smile she wore when she killed Simon. There was a very fine scar on her cheek, which Simon assumed he had created. Chills ran down his spine, but Simon desperately forced his face to reveal nothing. He endured. No matter what kind of expression she made, Simon took the class pretending that nothing was wrong. On the inside, however, he let his fighting spirit burn bright, using this fear as kindling. He vowed something to himself then and there. That he'd stop her no matter the cost. Phew. The most unbearable part of the class was whenever her gaze turned to Camabaras. Camabaras must have been one of her high-priority targets. In the end, Simon took off the glasses. He feared that he might not be able to stand it any longer. Saw the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He feared that he might try to end things here and now. And so, the long test of patience was over. Attention. Bow. Thank you for the class. Thank you, too. I'll see you all again next week. Students slowly filtered out of the lecture room. Some students went to Francesca and left her words of encouragement. Francesca smiled kindly and accepted them. Simon almost puked at how contempt she was. Let's follow after her for now. During the class, Simon had thought up and calculated countless scenarios. What he knew for certain was that laying hands on Francesca now was insanity. All the professors who could fight her head-on and win were in the mausoleum. Since there was no evidence that she was a priest, it'd take time to persuade an assistant teacher or even other students to cooperate with him. Above all, large explosions would rack the earth about 2 hours from now. Given the small amount of time left, she had likely already planted the explosives. Even if it was possible for Simon to run to the mausoleum to somehow persuade a professor and bring them back, if Francesca felt threatened by the professors, she could just detonate the explosives remotely. Let's calm down. The only one who knew of this cruel future was him. So, the best bet was to find out which explosives she had planted and how she would trigger them so he could disable them without letting her know. For now, he had no choice but to gather more information. Simon? Camabaras approached him, her face painted with worry. Simon, you really are acting strange. You're not usually like this. Simon spoke in the quietest whisper of his life. Cami, a priest has appeared. Her face turned pale. They'll blow up Kizan in a few hours. Gather Rick, Malin, and anyone else who you can persuade. And get out of Kizan. Just then, Francesca walked out of the lecture room. Simon followed quietly, leaving the turn-to-stone Camabaras. She was walking slowly down the hallway. Simon took careful steps to make his footsteps as quiet as possible and joined the crowd leaving the lecture room. I'll be done for if she catches me following her. She walked across the hallway and down to the first floor. Simon thought she'd leave the poisonous alchemy academy building, but she kept walking and headed for the basement. The basement of this place, huh? That's right. The fact that dangerous chemicals were kept in the basement of the poisonous alchemy academy building was common knowledge to Kizan students. Managing them was also the duty of Kizan's main poisonous alchemy professor, the continent's greatest expert at poisonous alchemy. Little by little, the pieces were coming together. The priest didn't only kill Lang to separate the professors from the students on the night of Erebus. If you become a professor in poisonous alchemy, you'll be able to handle the things in the basement. She must have gotten the explosives from there, I'm sure. Her footsteps were clear. You could hear the of her boots going down the stairs. Pierre hadn't arrived yet, but there was no time to wait. Just when Simon was about to follow her down the stairs. Suddenly, two arms stretched out from behind, blocking Simon's mouth and pulling him in with great strength. Then, the sound of frantic footsteps climbing the basement stairs made Simon shudder. It was a suffocating fear. A red-eyed Francesca had come up to the first floor and was checking her surroundings like a madman. That was close. Simon was glued to the opposite wall with his mouth screwed shut by an unknown person. If he hadn't been dragged aside by this person, he would have been caught. Francesca was just a wall away. Simon waited with bated breath. As she was about to step forward, students poured down the stairs. It's gonna be normal classes again starting tomorrow, right? Yeah. But don't you think they'll skip this week's dual evaluation? Huh. You know how Kizan works. She stopped as the crowd of students flooded past. With one last quick glance, fortunately, Francesca turned around and went back down. I am saved. Simon felt his tension melting away. Other than that, who was this person? The grip on Simon's body was so strong that he couldn't even flinch. Stay quiet. A familiar voice was heard from behind Simon. She's still on high alert. Exclamation point. Simon quickly closed his mouth. After holding his breath like that for about a minute, he heard the sound of someone going down the stairs again. Finally, the person who had grabbed Simon released his hands. Freed, Simon looked behind him. Kajan. Simon's eyes became teary. In this suffocating situation where he couldn't rely on anyone, one of the people he was looking for had just appeared. Simon jumped closer as if clinging to him. Kajan. Kajan. This may be hard to believe, but you have to listen. I believe you. Kajan raised a finger to signal Simon to shush, then pointed at Nephthys' broken artifact. You must have seen the future, right? Exclamation point. I had an additional mission from Nephthys. Kajan took out from his pocket a pendant similar to the one Simon wore. It was also shattered. Guarding you. Kajan continued to speak in a calm tone. If your artifact gets destroyed, this brother artifact would be destroyed along with it, and your location would be displayed. The moment I found my artifact damaged, I ran over. Calm down. From now on, whatever you say, I'll believe it unconditionally. Kajan relaxed his stance a little, placing his hand on Simon's shoulder. I promise you. Whatever dire future awaits us, we can stop it if we work together. A calm posture, a confident voice, and a trustworthy smile. Simon knew it now. Tell me what kind of future you saw. This person could be trusted. Chapter 145 Kajan. Simon's eyes teared up with emotion. Having been mentally driven to the edge of a cliff, he felt grateful that there was someone who knew the truth and believed in his words unconditionally. Let me check first. Kajan spoke. The priest must be Professor Francesca, right? Simon quickly came to his senses and nodded his head. Yes. All right. First, let me share the information I learned. Her barrier covers the entire first-year campus. Kajan took out several detector-looking tools from his subspace. I tried to communicate with Nephthys through a crystal ball, but of course, it was blocked. If the barrier is fully active, not just communication but also the entire outside world must be completely cut off. Kajan turned to Simon again. The opponent is a professor, and she must have prepared this barrier over at least several years. Even if other professors come, it wouldn't be easily destroyed. Simon nodded. How far does it reach? At a minimum, it covers the entire first-year campus. Her plan must be to completely annihilate the over 900 first years. Just imagining it made Simon shudder. A terrorist attack that killed every first-year student. This would deal far more damage than just killing the future leaders of the Dark Alliance. Kizan's reputation would plummet, and their absolute control would be doubted. The nobles of the Alliance who lost their children in vain would run amok with anger, and the alliance would be torn to shreds as anti-Kizan factions arose. Neutral forces testing the waters would then contact Ethnal, and Nephthys, blinded by rage, could be willing to engage in an all-out war with the Holy Federation. This single attack could plunge the continent into war. Simon felt the weight of this all sinking onto his shoulders. Let me explain what I saw. Then, just as he was about to continue. Simon. Camabaras was coming down the stairs. Malin and Rick also followed. Cammy. Why didn't you leave yet? Asked Simon, bewildered. Clasping her hands firmly together, she walked in front of Simon. A slight scowl had formed on her face. Remember what I said the morning after seeing the priest in the Forbidden Forest? Simon flinched. I promised to cooperate with you, Simon. Please, let us help. But this is too dangerous. Oh, shut up. You're not the only one who knows danger, you realize? Malin strode toward Simon. Why did you hide such an important matter even from us? I know, right? My pride cannot stand for this. Rick followed behind. Rick. You didn't want to involve us in this mess. Well, I get why. Rick grinned. But what should I do? We've heard everything from Cammy, and we're dying to involve ourselves, you know? Just shut up and spit it out already, Simon. Malin strode forward and shoved her head in front of Simon. Who is the priest, and what are they plotting in Kizan? Simon hesitantly looked back at Kajan. He nodded. We didn't have enough manpower, anyway. And as long as the priest's scheme impacts Kizan, everyone is already involved. It's amazing in of itself to have helpers who believe in what you say. Of course. Simon let out a small sigh and quickly explained everything. He spoke so frantically that he wasn't sure if they could even understand him, but he focused on conveying as much information as possible. So Professor Francesca is. Camabaras was so shocked her face went blank. Malin clicked her tongue. I knew it. That woman had to be at least a little bit treacherous. Who was it who wept after hearing her speech, again? Shut yup. Did they really believe him? Simon felt his heart tingle a little. Looking past all this mess, he realized that his life in Kizan wasn't in vain. Kajan then spoke up. Let me explain a bit more using what I know. I've been chasing the priest for a long time, and I've been acting as if all the professors and assistants were suspects. Of course, I also prepared for if Francesca was the priest. Ah. Considering Simon's description of the explosion in his story, it seems certain that it's a curse bomb known as a desolator. A curse bomb? That's right. You know how you all recently went to Deathland? Kajan's eyes gleamed. That was the work of curse bombs. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Everyone's jaws dropped. Then, the priest was planning to detonate that dangerous curse bomb in the middle of Kizan? If that happened, not only would the students die from the explosion, but those lucky enough to survive would also turn into zombies. Rick interrupted again. How did Francesca get hold of such a dangerous weapon? Desolators are kept in the basement of this building, in the hidden hazardous commodities storage. Only Kizan's professor of poisonous alchemy and Nephthys can enter. She likely killed Lang to become the professor of poisonous alchemy herself. It perfectly matched Simon's guess. All three of them shuddered at the terrible truth. To think that her love and care for Lang was all acting. Simon, do you remember exactly where each of the explosions were? Yes. Simon's eyes shone with intelligence. In order of occurrence, it was the Magical Bullet Shooting Range, the Magic Technology Academy, the first-year boys' dormitory, and the Central First-Year Learning Center. Sarthenavlier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She spread them around well. Kajan looked back at the three of them. You guys will have to stop the bombs. It's something you'll have to risk your lives for. If your determination is half-assed, just run away before the barrier is fully formed. I'll go to the boys' dormitory. Rick answered before Kajan finished his sentence. I'll go to the Magic Technology Academy, then. My club members are there, said Maylin. I'll go to the shooting range, decided Camabarez. Kajan nodded. Straightforward, just how I like it. It'd be impossible for you guys to disassemble a Desolator's magic circle with your skills, so use a simpler method. Put the Desolator in your subspace. What? I confirmed that Kizan's Desolators are operated by an ignition magic circle. If you place them in a subspace, a private dimension, the ignition command is completely neutralized. Rick looked at Simon in bewilderment and pointed at Kajan. He was questioning what kind of person Kajan was. Kajan cleared his throat and said, I'm from the Thieves' Guild. Whoa, no wonder. Somehow, Rick felt like Kajan gave off a familiar feeling. It was because he was a fellow student who dealt with information. Then, Maylin smirked. So the better one was here. What are you talking about? Hey, in the end, the merchant wins. Information guilds sell their knowledge for money. Enough with the chit-chat. Take these. Kajan gave everyone the same glasses he gave Simon. If the explosion occurs in just 2 hours, it's likely that she already planted the Desolators. They must have been hidden by recognition-hindering magic or something. Wearing these glasses neutralizes such spells and allows one to see through them. Maylin grumbled after taking the glasses and wearing them. I felt this a while ago, too, but why is the design so lame? Maylin, Kajan is a repeater. He's older than you. They're so cool, senior. She quickly changed her tune. It's fine. Just call me Kajan. We don't have much time, so move quickly. Yes. The three went to their chosen locations, and whoever finished first would go to the learning center. Simon and Kajan came down the stairs leading to the basement together. It was still the Nights of Erebus, so all the lights were off. A gloomy atmosphere filled the dark basement. The two moved silently. Until all Desolators are neutralized, we cannot engage with Francesca, no matter what, said Kajan while handing over his mana-powered night vision goggles. If she happened to ignite a bomb, catastrophe would break loose. We should focus on tailing her as much as possible until your friends put the bombs in subspaces. Got it. The two safely passed through the basement and arrived at their destination. They saw a large, tightly sealed door. Rather than a room, it was a place reminiscent of a bunker. Looks like she's already inside, said Kajan after spraying something on the floor to make the footprints more visible. We don't have much time. Simon bit his lip. We're wasting what time we have left hanging around here until Francesca comes out. I agree. I'll wait here and follow after her when she comes out. You gather information from Lang's lab on the top floor, then join up with Pierre. Okay. As long as he couldn't use the power of the Legion, Simon won't be much help in a battle with Francesca. As Kajan said, meeting Pierre was urgent. Having made up his mind, Simon sprinted up the stairs. First, he stopped by Lang's lab on the 4th floor. The door was locked, so he went to the window down the hallway and summoned the Overlord. He stepped on one of the tentacles as it lifted him close enough to charge through the window. Simon landed lightly and looked around. There was nothing special about the lab. There were only documents, books, and a bed. It was more like a study or lounge than a lab. It seems that he was lodged here until he died. Simon frantically opened the various shelves. Professor Lang was most likely manipulated by Francesca. He heard that Lang was in good shape just 3 years ago. Since his condition had significantly worsened over the past 2 years, Francesca must have done something in the meantime. If there are any traces of it. Simon, who was frantically rummaging through the shelves, stopped in his tracks. Then, he turned his head. A green slime popped out from behind a frame. Simon stepped back and stared at it, slightly nervous. The slime barely came out of the frame, shyly poking around. Then, a hole was made in the middle of the slime, and it changed into the shape of a tongue and a mouth. Prit. It spoke. It was a very strange pronunciation, but it sounded like priest. The words contained a little bit of the nuance of the kingdom of Baldwin in the Far East. Simon cleared his throat and answered with the same kind of pronunciation. Franca. Then. The slime's mouth opened wide and spewed out two things. One was a notebook. And the other one was Lang's professor ID. Exclamation point. Simon put the ID in his inner pocket and quickly opened the notebook. So he left something like this? It was Lang's diary. Chapter 146. From the first page of the diary, Simon felt goosebumps work their way up his arms. Simon gulped before turning to the next page. The next page Simon turned to was blank. And the one after that, and after that, and after that. His hand holding the diary trembled. Finally, all doubts were cleared. The entire place moved according to Francesca's carefully planned script. In fact, she had already succeeded once. But this time will be different. I'll stop her at any cost. Simon ran out of the lab, determined. Pierre. Are you coming? Damn it. We're almost here, it's just taking us some time because a fog barrier has spread around Kizan. Simon decided to head back to Kizan after joining up with Pierre. But before that, he ran back inside for a moment to grab the diary before leaving once more. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The first floor of the magical bullet shooting range. Camabarez was shooting blood bullets from her extended fingertips. The approaching plant monsters were screaming and exploding. However, she was starting to feel woozy after spending her blood to fuel her spells. There's no end to them. Irk. She covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve. The vines on the ceiling even spewed poison. The flower monsters shot something like poisonous seeds as they shook their petals. Seeds were shot at her again, and she threw herself to the side. One hit the back of the lecture room and exploded, collapsing the entire wall. Kayak. Suddenly, a vine came down from the ceiling and wrapped around her leg, hoisting her up. Then, one of the flower monsters fired a seed directly at her. Kook. As she was about to hurriedly drain her blood to create a barrier, the vines wrapped around her legs were suddenly sliced through and she fell to the floor. A large, bladed tentacle had appeared. Simon summon. Soon, Simon moved in front of her and stomped his left foot on the ground. Open. 5 metal blades shot straight down, creating a wall. Explosions of seeds hitting the blades rang out. Are you okay, Cammy? Ah. She was looking up. Above. Some seeds flew in a curve and were flying over the blades. Simon immediately grabbed her and threw them both to the side. The bullets fell and melted the entire floor, causing it to collapse. After taking a moment to process what happened, the two sprinted out of the classroom. Simon. How did you get here? Cammy, I'll take care of the bomb. I have a new favor to ask you. Simon took Lang's diary from his inner pocket and placed it in her hand. Leave Kizan right now and go to the mausoleum where the professors are. This diary will be the decisive evidence. Please call Nephthys and the other professors. But I can't just run away and leave you guys behind. It's not running away. Simon grabbed her by the shoulder and spoke with the force of chanting a spell. You're going to rescue us. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She had to go to the mausoleum. It'd also be possible to persuade an assistant teacher to send for their professor, but there was no time to find an assistant teacher, explain everything to them, and prove that the diary wasn't fake. But she believed in Simon, and if she headed north from Kizan right now, she could find a path to the mausoleum. Also, Simon couldn't deny that his personal interest swayed his decision. In the future, she would be killed by Francesca. Simon couldn't protect her. He could still clearly remember Francesca staring at Camabarez in her class. Her death left a deep scar in Simon. He felt like he wouldn't be able to concentrate properly as long as she was still in Kizan. Cammy, please. But going out to seek help was a choice she had to make. If she refused, he had no choice but to find someone else to head outside. She opened her mouth as if to resist, but then started running. She knew that this wasn't the time to argue. Please stay safe. If something happens to you, I'll never forgive you, Simon. Yeah, don't worry. Camabarez clutched the diary in her arms and ran to the mausoleum. Simon slowly stood back up. A monster with poison, huh? It was difficult to deal with because Pierre wasn't around. But fortunately, the plants didn't come out of the lecture room, perhaps because protecting the desolator was their top priority. Simon sneaked out into the hallway. He saw some students walking down the hallway, chatting like it was any other day. Simon immediately ran to two students in front of him. Guys! When Simon suddenly appeared, the two yelped in surprise. Simon got straight to the point without even apologizing. Do either of you have zombies in your subspaces? Whether it's used for summoning or not. The two looked at each other, confused. I do? I'm a summoning aspirant. The student on the right took out a zombie wrapped in bandages. It was a green goblin's corpse. It didn't smell and was very clean. It must have been embalmed. I'll buy it for a gold. Deal? You serious? Deal. Simon tossed over a gold coin and took the goblin corpse. And you two better run quickly. A priest has appeared in Kizan. Simon told them just in case, but they both just blankly stared at him like he was crazy. Yeah, this kind of reaction is natural. Even if he told them to run away, they never would. To the students, Kizan was an impenetrable fortress. Indeed, it was one of the safest places in the world. No one could even imagine a priest appearing in such a place. Simon resigned himself to being unable to save them should he and his friends fail, and ran back to the lecture room where the desolator was. Search *the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Phew. Simon arrived in front of the lecture room, laid the zombie on the floor, and put the gray ring on his left hand in front of his mouth. Prince? Can you hear me? It's an emergency. Please descend into this zombie, now. Then, Simon put the ring on the zombie's body. Black lightning descended from the ceiling and landed on the zombie's body. It turned black and crackled. Soon, its form changed completely into Prince's. I was wondering when you're gonna summon me. You heard the situation, right? Yeah. Prince shook around his head, grabbing his dangling neck. I don't like this body. Damn embalming fluids. There's no time to whine. Come with me. Simon and Prince entered the lecture room where the desolator was. Can you handle it? What do you take me for? Prince strolled forward. Oh, this reminds me of older days. It's been such a long time since I came to Kizan. The flowers continued to blow poisonous seeds. Prince took them all and kept walking. No matter how many seeds shot into him, he didn't even flinch. He even waltzed through places thick with poisonous gas. Way to go. Simon pumped his fists. Most of the curses or poisons wouldn't work on a zombie. He was tricky as an enemy, but as an ally, he was very reassuring. The vines came down and wrapped themselves around Prince, but he tore through them just with the force of him walking. In a last-ditch effort, the flowers clung to Prince with their thorns. His steps didn't slow an inch. Prince smirked as he tore them off without a single scratch. So this is the main body, huh? Prince, bluntly breaking through with his body, found a large plant monster in front of the desolator. The petals on its head opened like a Venus flytrap and engulfed Prince's upper body. Simon jumped in surprise. Prin! A fist smashed through the petals. Prince then grabbed the monster's head and hurled it to the ground. The floor shook. Prince then trampled on the monster, ignoring the poison spraying from all sides. You're so persistent. Soon, he raised his clenched fist and gave it one last swing. All that remained of the main body after that strike was a mess of broken bits of plant matter and sap. The rest of the flowers and vines also drooped, green juices dripping from their mouths. Prince nonchalantly dusted off his hands and lifted the desolator. Where next, Commander? Chapter 147. A lecture room on the 4th floor of the Magic Technology Academy. Inside, a chill strong enough to reach bone filled the room. Walking on the frozen floor, a girl with light blue hair left a trail of steam behind her. All the plants guarding the desolator were incapacitated or frozen to death, and Mei Lin glided across the slippery ice. She safely retrieved the desolator at the back of the lecture room and put it in her own subspace. Clear. Letting out a quick sigh, she pressed the small button on the side of her glasses frame. It sent a signal to Kajan to inform him of a mission success. Having effortlessly done her part, she straightened her back triumphantly. Ah, achoo. Achoo. Then she began to sneeze. She rubbed her arms and brought her legs together as she trembled. Gosh, I caught a cold. Do I really have an aptitude for ice? She finished her mission cleanly, but it was too cold. Mei Lin left the frozen lecture room with quick, small steps. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A warehouse in the first-year boys' dormitory. Now. There's another plant over there. Rick was clapping his hands and shouting. In the storage room filled with plants, over a dozen Kizan students were engaged in a fierce battle. And Rick, sitting comfortably at the back watching the scene, stroked his chin. The tension is dragging a bit. He took a golden, egg-shaped ornament from his pocket and threw it toward the vines, saying, "A golden egg. There's a golden egg worth 5 gold over there." What? Where? Students rushed forward. Any vines that got in the way were cut down by the students who were into swordsmanship, and the flower monsters were burnt to ashes by the elementalists. Kizan is Kizan after all. Rick nodded in satisfaction. Ah, by the way, why do I feel like I've been shunted? A student weakening the plants with curses from the back spoke to Rick. Isn't this too unfavorable for curses aspirants? Rick shrugged. Try asking for your share when everything's over. Since they're winning thanks to your curses, they might give you some change. Who knows? And so, the over a dozen Kizan students joined forces, and the plants in the warehouse were getting mopped up. Meanwhile, Rick put on Kajan's glasses and strolled in. While the students who fell for Rick's words were fighting, he retrieved the desolator enchanted with recognition-hindering magic, put it safely in his subspace, and pressed the button on his glasses. Foo-foo. A piece of cake. Whoa. Hey. This is a real poison. Cough. Cough. My skin's going spotty. Suddenly, the students at his back made a fuss. Rick grinned and pulled out the antidotes he bought a while back in Rochest. Of course they're poisonous. They're plant monsters. Now, dear customers, have a drink. Students rushed toward the antidote. By the way, you know that a bottle of this is 100 silver, right? This crazy bastard? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The 2nd floor of the learning center. It was a slaughter. And watching it all was a single student, legs trembling where he stood. It was Toto, the summoner from Class A. Just who is he? A boy with a blue cloak and strange crown tore through vines and monsters alike. Toto could only hope that this raw strength wouldn't be turned against him. Hey, loser. The boy's gaze turned to Toto. If you run away, I really will kill you. Why yes sir. Prince was tearing the monsters apart in a rage that would make a berserker look tame. I obviously thought we'd be working together. So how dare you make me, the zombie prince, take care of small fries like this? Arg. He was done in barely 5 minutes. Plant matter was strewn across the floor. Prince put on the glasses he got from Simon and pressed the button. Loser, get over here. Prince gestured. Toto, who valued his life more than anything else, ran over. Put this in your subspace. When Prince gestured into the air, something like a black box suddenly popped out of his hand. Toto's eyes widened. Hey, are you ignoring me? And no, sir. Toto placed the box in his subspace as he was told. Prince smiled and put his arm around Toto's shoulder. Yeah, if you keep obeying me like that, everything will end smoothly. Capice? Why yes sir. Next question. What item is your subspace opened with? It's this bracelet. Take it off. Toto, eyes wide, hugged the bracelet to his chest. No, you can't. This is my precious. You're not gonna give it to me? When Prince raised his fist without hesitation, Toto had no choice but to hand over his bracelet. Tears formed in his eyes. Oh, stop crying. I'm not stealing it. Toto didn't stop crying, so Prince shouted. I'm borrowing it for a moment for your safety. I'll have it returned this evening. Why you sure? I promise. Upon the honor of the zombie prince. What the hell was a zombie prince? Regardless, he didn't care what happened as long as he could get his subspace back. But it felt uneasy letting Prince leave like this. He didn't seem like a bad person, but Toto thought he might just forget about it. But if he asked him for an item that he could hold on to as collateral, he'd be smacked. Giving up, Toto just held out his pinky. Then, pinky promise me, please. Prince let out a dumbfounded laugh. Gosh, kids these days. Prince squatted down and put his pinky to Toto's. When Toto was about to take his hand away, deciding that Prince would remember it after doing this much, Prince shouted. Ah, what are you doing? Aren't you gonna stamp it? What? Didn't you say it's a pinky promise? We need to put our pinkies together, stamp it by putting our thumbs together, sign it, and even laminate it. I mean, this is literally what the kids do. Prince gave Toto a stare so cold his legs crumpled from beneath him. I'll do it. Toto got caught by the wrong guy. Just like that, they also completed the strange promise ceremony Prince wanted. But by this time, Prince was scanning Toto's clothes up and down. Hey, by the way, that school uniform looks pretty good, you know? What? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the same time, Simon finally joined Pierre and Elizabeth at the campus. It was so nerve-wracking. Why were you all so late? Pierre, in plate armor, stiffened at Simon's question. After passing through the fog, there was another dam barrier. Elizabeth nodded. Yes, it was a large-scale barrier that covered the entire first-year campus. Not even my subterfuge abilities let me slip through. It seemed to be the kind to completely block the entry of invaders. So the barrier was already that complete. Simon rubbed his forehead. Then we must resolve this situation, or else. Coohee. That's exactly it. Simon turned his head for a moment and stared north. I wonder if Cammy got out safely. If Camabaras reached the mausoleum and called for the professors, it'd mean that a new option would arise. But for now, Simon thought it best for himself and Kajan to resolve this. Simon returned to the Poisonous Alchemy Academy and came down to the basement guarded by Kajan. He passed through a dark passageway and reached the hidden hazardous commodities storage. You're back. Kajan's voice was heard in the darkness as he climbed down to the floor from the ceiling. Oh, it's... said Elizabeth as if fed up. Simon let out a wry smile and looked at Kajan. What about Francesca? She hasn't left the room yet. Kajan shook his head and continued. And there's good news. Your comrades have successfully neutralized the 4 desolators. That's great. Now, the basic conditions to fight Francesca were fulfilled. All of the desolators were in subspaces and couldn't be detonated by Francesca's ignition signal. It was now impossible for her to threaten them with the explosives. Above all, preventing the large-scale explosions was a massive relief. The catastrophic future had changed, and from now on, they could make a much better one. Oh, and I also found Professor Lang's diary and ID in his office, said Simon, taking out the ID. I gave the diary to Camabaras and made her go to the mausoleum, where the professors are. Now, we just have to use this ID and get inside and arrest Francesca. The two nodded. Eliza. Yes. Elizabeth stretched a spider web wide and wrapped it around Simon's school uniform. The web changed colors, and Simon was wearing new, navy blue clothes. Peer. Here I go. Peer threw off his armor, disassembled himself into hundreds of bones, and clung to Simon's body. His cape wrapped around Simon's body, and his skull covered Simon's face like a helmet. Simon gripped Peer's greatsword alongside the bone attached to his right arm. The Overlord's good to go, too. Everything was ready. Simon took a deep breath and placed Lang's ID on the dark magic circle. The ID was sucked into the wall as it and the door turned into hundreds of blocks. They repeatedly rose and fell like the keys of a piano, and soon, an entrance formed. Knowing that Francesca was here made it impossible for Simon to relax. He followed Kajan inside, barely daring to even breathe. The name hazardous commodity storage was accurate. Dangerous goods were thoroughly sealed behind dozens of locks or seals. On the surface, it just looked like a room full of barrels. Then, Kajan pointed to the side. ? When Simon turned his head to look, he saw 4 empty spaces that looked recently occupied. Their dark magic seals must have been erased. The surrounding area was full of dust, yet those 4 spots were perfectly clean. So she took the desolators from here. It was very reassuring to see just 4 empty spaces. Simon was worried that he might have missed one. The two continued walking. Then, Kajan raised a clenched fist. Here she comes. A black cross flew through the air. Back off. Kajan's arm twitched as if about to explode. He didn't even dodge the flying cross, thrusting his fist forward instead. The jet-black cross and Kajan's fist fully collided. There were cracking sounds coming from Kajan's arm, but the cross crumpled like a can and shattered. Tisk. Kajan frowned and brushed his arm off. Simon said in fright. Didn't you just have to dodge it? Kajan silently pointed behind him. There was something like a storage tank there. Sir the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon understood immediately. If the cross had crashed into it and destroyed the storage tank, he didn't want to imagine what would have happened. As expected from Kajan. He is greatly experienced. Admiring Kajan inwardly, Simon also took note of everything around him. Then, Kajan said. Duck! ! Simon, Kajan, and Elizabeth immediately ducked down on the ground. Crosses coming from 3 different directions collided above their heads, then crumpled. It was a very brutal attack. How dare a mere priest? Elizabeth raised her head while radiating killing intent. Such attacks shall never best us, you know? Show yourself already. Chapter 148. Despite Elizabeth demanding the priest to show themselves, nothing happened. She took a deep sigh and was about to fling spider webs in all directions before. Wait. Kajan stopped her. What is it? It seems that Francesca isn't here. As though having found something, Kajan strode forward. There was a table at the end of the storeroom, and perhaps the item meant for it was extra dangerous. Wards littered the table. Yet whatever was meant to be on it was missing. Kajan concentrated and began to examine the empty space. He took out various tools, such as a tape measure, seemingly trying to figure out what the original item was. Master. Sar the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After examining a magic circle on the wall, Elizabeth ran to Simon and reported. I think it's been at least a day since she installed this. Maybe she set a trap up and escaped. Looks like we've fallen for her trick. Kajan raised his head and said. She never came into the hidden hazardous commodities storage in the first place. And above all, it seems that she had a plan B in case the 4 desolator plan didn't work. That plan B may not have been in your future. ! Simon's complexion turned pale. It meant that the threat of mass genocide wasn't over yet. What's the missing item? Prima materia, answered Kajan. It's a terribly complicated item, but to put it simply, it infinitely creates monsters of countless varieties. Don't tell me, with that. Yeah, she's probably thinking of attacking Kizan with this. Kajan looked at his watch. By now, Francesca's barrier must be more than halfway done. When the barrier is complete, even the professors will struggle to break through. The monsters of prima materia would slaughter the first years who are trapped within before help can arrive. We need to stop it, proclaimed Simon, gritting his teeth. Kajan nodded. I have a guess for where Francesca might use the item. Follow me. Okay. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, Mei Lin, who finished dealing with the desolator she was in charge of, arrived at the last location. The Learning Center. She opened the door to the lecture room and looked around. Huh? Plants were torn to shreds or had withered away before being piled up on the floor. Mei Lin quickly finished grasping the situation. Someone must have arrived before me. Was it Cammy? If not, then. Suddenly, the window shattered, and someone jumped inside. Mei Lin recoiled in shock. The man who got up acting all cool had a very familiar face. Ugh, you startled me. Why the hell did you do that? Doors exist, you imbecile. I couldn't help it, the situation's too urgent. Rick, fully absorbed in playing secret agent, put on Kajan's glasses and glanced around. The plants were all dead, but the desolator was nowhere to be found. I obviously thought I'd be the first one here. Did you deal with it? It wasn't me. If it was neither of us, it must have been Cammy. Okay. Rick took off the glasses and tucked them into his inner pocket. Then, with this, the desolator incident is settled, right? Mei Lin nodded her head at that question. The three of them had decided to deal with the desolators one by one in their respective places and then come to the learning center. If Camabaras came first and cleared it, it meant that all 4 bombs were now neutralized. Wahaha! Rick raised his arms in celebration. Once again, we saved Kizan's peace. There you are again, acting up. We still have to remain vigilant. She rubbed her temples, exhaling with enough force to kill. The situation was only over when Simon and Kajan took Francesca down. Until then, no one could drop their guards. Other than that, I have a slightly more fundamental question. Mei Lin folded her arms. It's about Simon and Kajan. How are 2 first years going to defeat a necromancer at the level of a chief assistant teacher or worse? Rick shrugged. Simon is the special admission number 1, and Kajan is really strong. That weird guy is? Yeah. This is a secret, but no one who met Kajan in the island survival assessment survived. He said, creepily lowering his voice and wiggling his fingers above his face to try to add to the descriptions. Among the second years, he's famous for going undefeated in the dual evaluation. Also, he's repeating a year. That's rare enough in Kizan to mean he must be something. And he's also from the Thieves' Guild? He must be a professional necromancer who infiltrated Kizan for a mission. Mei Lin couldn't believe everything Rick said, but if it was true to some extent, those two might be the combination with the greatest hopes of defeating Francesca. The only people left inside now were first years, servants, and a few greenhorn assistant teachers. The 2 of them were the best they would get. Alright. Then let's do what we can right now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Like what? We need to take control of the broadcasting room and inform the students of the danger. With all the desolators removed, it's safe to make an announcement. Mei Lin had a hunch that they weren't done with danger just yet. The defenses of the desolators were too lax, even if Francesca never expected them to be found. It felt like a plan where success was a bonus, not a necessity. It occurred to her that Francesca must have something else planned for the main act. Hearing her train of thought, Rick clapped his hands together. Oh, I didn't think that far ahead. Follow me. If we can't convince the servants in the broadcasting room, we'll have to force our way in. Okay. The two bolted out of the lecture room, out of the learning center, and toward the broadcasting and communications center. On campus, students preparing for their next classes were bustling about. Hey, Maylin. By the way, don't you think we're really cool? Exclaimed Rick. The other students have ordinary lives, but a serious incident lurks beneath. And we're the ones moving at the agent's request to solve the case. It really feels like we've become secret age. Rick stopped talking. Maylin didn't notice because she was too busy shouting at him to stop blabbering bullshit. Eyes glazed over, Rick slipped to the side and went to a narrow alley alone. That's an interesting story. In the alley was a smiling female student with ivory hair. Rick, a feather stuck in the back of his head, looked charmed the moment he saw her. You're one of Simon's friends, right? Why yeah. Could you please secretly tell me what this serious incident is? Asked Serene as she held her hands together and gave a cute wink. Rick nodded repeatedly, still utterly charmed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Huff. Huff. Camabarez was running to the north of Kizan while sweating profusely. As she ran, she skimmed through a few pages of the diary. That alone was enough to give her chills. Francesca really was a priest of the Holy Federation and was trying to destroy Kizan? When she thought about how everyone's lives depended on her, she couldn't stop running even as she gasped for breath. Irk. While running frantically, she let out a yelp and fell backwards onto the ground. She had bumped into something in the air and bounced off. She quickly stood up and looked around. There was something like a reddish, tough-looking barrier in the air blocking her path. Even if she felt around with her palm to see if there was a gap or even ran to see if there was an edge, she knew the barrier had severed all connection with the outside. This can't be. She involuntarily took a step back. Please. Clasping her hands together, she fired blood bullet after blood bullet, but the barrier didn't even budge. Let me go. She gathered jet black into her little fists and slammed them into the wall. She punched it, kicked it, even headbutted it. Yet the barrier remained. Why? She collapsed in front of the barrier. Why can't I even run away? A huge feeling of helplessness overtook her. Even now, Simon, Rick, and Maylin would be doing their parts, fighting with all their might. She was always nervous. Sometimes, even when the four of them were laughing and chatting happily, she felt like she was watching the other three from far away. Simon always shined by himself no matter where he was. Maylin was like a superhuman, smart and able to do anything. Even Rick made good use of his own strengths and did his part in any situation. Those three seemed set to push through any obstacles ahead as they continued their schooling. But she wasn't. There was nothing she was good at, and she was unreliable. She also was anxious about whether she could be among those people, and worried that she'd be abandoned after falling behind. That the others might leave her for greener pastures. Her clenched fists trembled. She wanted to escape. Not just from Kizan, but from her ever-present despair. Staggering off the ground, she stared at the barrier. Her red eyes had turned bloodshot. A muffled voice, like a mist, echoed through her head. Cammy took a deep breath before she started undressing. Her school jacket fell on the grass. Among the many voices, one stood out above them all. She unbuttoned her shirt and threw it aside. A red magic circle drawn with blood was placed just below her ribs. She took a deep breath and placed her palms over the magic circle. After taking a moment to gather her resolve, she took one last deep breath before turning the magic circle to the side. As the magic circle rotated, the blood in her body began to bubble like lava. Kook! She stumbled. The seal was broken. Reddish mana rose from her body, and crimson tears dripped from her eyes of the same shade. The pain, as if her entire body was being torn apart and reassembled again, made her scream and cling to the barrier. Then, she opened her mouth. Her fangs flashed through the air as they drove themselves into the barrier. A small hole was made in the impenetrable wall. The tips of her fangs burrowed deeper and deeper into the barrier little by little. She clung on with her whole body and put more strength into her fangs. As the fangs dug deeper and deeper, the barrier began to crack like glass. Aha! The cracks got bigger and bigger until finally, the barrier broke around the fangs, and a hole was made. As soon as Kamaburas escaped through that hole, the barrier was restored and returned to its original form. Huff! Huff! She strained her red eyes and looked ahead. Please stay safe, everybody. Holding Lang's diary in her arms, red energy sprayed all over her body. The little wings on her back suddenly grew as if she had been fed with blood. Leaping off the ground, she began to fly through the air at a tremendous speed. Chapter 149. Simon, Kajan, and Elizabeth frantically ran to their destination. They headed to a place on the outskirts of the campus. A secret base directly managed by Kizan headquarters, made by mining a hole in the cliff of a sheer mountain range. Security was so strict there that students were suspended if they just entered the area. You can think of it kind of as the campus command and control room, said Kajan, running with the group. One can see all over the school from there as well as manage the barriers and emergency networks. Elizabeth, who was listening by the side, replied. I understand what the place is, but why do you think the priest would head there? Because it's the best place to activate the prima materia. If she uses the barrier system there, she could scatter the monsters all over Kizan at once. Sia the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon, who had quietly been listening, groaned in silence. The 4 vicious curse bombs were installed in Kizan. Francesca knew that these bombs had to explode after her barrier was complete. However, if they were discovered by someone before that, or if even one wasn't triggered in time, there'd be a big hole in her plan. She couldn't rely on it working. Kajan simply described it as a plan B, but when Simon heard it, it felt less like a secondary plan and more like the main plan. We're here. At Kajan's words, the two of them also stopped. Indeed, a large man-made cave could be seen carved into a cliff. Elizabeth pointed forward. By the way, was there originally a forest in front of the cave entrance? Not really. A thick forest barred all entry. Even at a glance, it was clearly no ordinary forest. Eyes gazed from the trunks of trees, and plants ran around with gaping maws. It was similar to the monsters guarding the desolators. However, the number and scale was on a whole other level. It really was a forest. There's no time. Let's break through. Simon and Elizabeth nodded at Kajan's words. Eliza pulled spiderwebs from her hands, and Simon wearing Pierre's armor tapped the skull attached to his back. Wake up, Pierre. Cooey. We're finally starting. Pierre's skull moved up and covered Simon's head like a helmet. By the way, boy, you said the opponent is an assistant teacher for poisonous alchemy, right? That's right. Pierre's skull started changing form. The jaws partially closed over Simon's nose and mouth, making it more of a mask than a helmet. It's like a makeshift gas mask. Even if it's not perfect, it'll block out shabby poisons. Pretty good. Simon turned to Kajan. Don't you have to prepare for the poison? Poison doesn't work on my body. And Francesca probably won't be using her poisonous alchemy skills anyway. Simon nodded lightly. Then, let's go. Kajan dived in first, followed by Simon and Elizabeth. The forest began to fight back. Simon's eyes widened as he stared forward. Countless poisonous seeds shot out, thorny vines swung like whips from all sides, the grass on the floor sharpened into blades, and a thick mist came from the flowers. You're telling me to dodge all this? Simon could only run. Seeds fell behind his every step, leaving puddles of poison where they landed. It was a lot tougher than he expected. He seriously considered tapping into his 3-minute maximum for jet black eruption. Glancing around when he could, it seemed he didn't have to worry about Kajan. He was so elusive that even Simon couldn't predict his moves. Despite running at full power, he dodged the attacks with the grace of a butterfly, or he would go even faster and evade the projectiles as they crashed elsewhere in the forest. Ah! Just then, plant monsters jumped out from behind a tree and blocked Simon's way. Simon tightened his grip on the greatsword. Wait. The monsters were split in three, and blasted backward as they were torn apart further. You must save your strength for the priest. Eliza. Elizabeth jumped over Simon, landed, and swung her hands with prejudice. The living trees were diced down to the stumps, and plant matter was scattered through the air. Please go ahead. Thank you. Simon started moving again, and Elizabeth escorted him forward, shooting out dark blue webs. Although she didn't specialize in combat, the power of an ancient undead could not be ignored. Her true value was seen against hordes rather than in one-on-one confrontations. Simon, who had been debating on whether to use jet black eruption, was able to get through the forest while conserving a lot of energy. However, even after he broke out, over 100 of the hideous flowers followed right behind him, sharp fangs being bared beneath the petals. Sharp, transparent webs were spun behind Simon. The moment the monsters barged in, they were diced into tiny shreds. Leave them to me, shouted Elizabeth. Almost 1,000 more flowers were still rushing in from deeper in the forest. Simon hesitated for a moment but soon nodded. Don't push yourself too much. Got it. Plants started screaming as she pulled webs through them, leaving none intact. Also escaped, Kajan beckoned to Simon. Simon looked back at Elizabeth one last time before catching up with Kajan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You have good subordinates, said Kajan. I've always worked alone, but it makes me think it wouldn't be so bad to have a summon like her. Simon smiled. Try majoring in summoning like me, Kajan. It's fun. When I took that midterm exam thing, I got 20 points in the subject. Oh. The two entered the cave. Before they knew it, the rugged natural cave had turned into an artificial cave with walls and a ceiling. It felt like entering an underground bunker. It was getting darker and darker, so the two of them had to put their glasses on again. We were late. There was a large hole in the door that was meant to bar entry into the command and control room. Wondering what kind of dark magic she used, Simon wiped the surface of the hole with his palm. A shiver ran down his spine. It felt like she had melted the wall rather than having pierced it with strength. The two of them ran through the darkness again. After about 15 minutes of running, they realized they had arrived. The cold stone had been replaced in part by carpet. The parts without carpet were wet and slippery. Simon, whispered Kajan. She's found us. Simon immediately went on high alert. The surprise attack is meaningless now, muttered Kajan before grabbing a lever attached to the wall and yanking it down. A sound came from inside the wall like an emergency generator powering on. After a moment, the command and control room was flooded with light. Simon opened his eyes wide. The first thing he saw was the blood. He couldn't not see the blood, it was everywhere. Guards were sprawled across the ground, bodies mangled to the point where not even their closest loved ones could recognize them. She took all these people down by herself? The bodyguards at such an important facility wouldn't be just any kind of chumps. Simon turned his head. A woman was sitting on a table in the center of the blood-soaked room. She had red hair, a black scarf and suit, and heels. Francesca Belmond, ex-chief assistant teacher for poisonous alchemy in Kizan, and now professor of poisonous alchemy. She was staring at the two of them. I was waiting for you. Her tongue flicked in and out of her mouth like a snake's. Simon felt blood rushing to his face and fury overtaking him. I really wanted to kill you. Her eyes lit up once she saw Simon behind Pier's helm. Thank you for walking in with your own 2 feet, witness Dot. And it's been a while, added Francesca, looking at Kajan. The stalker who has followed me persistently for over a year. It's been a hell of a year, flatly replied Kajan. Why? Then both of them turned to look at Simon. Simon was clenching his fists and glaring at Francesca with a primal rage. Why are you doing such a crazy thing? She blinked as if she didn't understand Simon's question. Then, she scoffed. I'm Ethnal, and you guys are Kizan. Kill the rivals, right? Isn't it common sense? I'm not looking for that black and white answer, cried Simon, gnashing his teeth. Even if you belong to Ethnal, did you really feel nothing after coming to Kizan? You must have seen with your very own eyes that necromancers are as human as priests. And above all, Simon recalled Francesca enthusiastically drawing across the blackboard and passionately tutoring the students. He doubted her, but he felt she was sincere when she stood on the stage and taught. They're your students, shouted Simon. Do you feel no remorse or rebuke? They really believed in you, followed you, and respected you. She flashed open her hands and held them as if they were claws, her long fingernails painted red like blood shining in the emergency lights. The class was nothing but an act to hide my identity. Those children of the devil could never stir my heart. If my face showed passion, joy, or sincerity, wouldn't that mean? Her mouth bent upward into an unsettling grin. I was satisfied that I was doing well in my acting. Don't you agree? She bowed her head. A long blade of light passed through the space her forehead occupied but a second before, carving a large scar into the wall behind her. Thanks. Simon, having swung his greatsword at her head, readied his sword in front of him once more, clutching it with both hands. For letting me kill you without remorse. Jet black began to whir up inside Simon's body. She smiled. This will be my last class, Simon Polantia. The answer to your question is. Jet black flowed out from her and formed a cross in the air. Because the great goddess. Soon, countless crosses filled the air, encircling the entire command and control room. Told me to. I don't know how Ethnal's system works, but even if that terrible plan was an order from God. Simon strengthened his grip on his greatsword. The final decision was yours and yours alone, you murderer. Chapter 150. Calm down, Simon. Don't let her provocation sway you. Simon's ears twitched as he heard Kajan shouting. Of course he wouldn't succumb to provocation. Simon took a few deep breaths before turning his gaze toward the high ceiling. Numerous black crosses hung in the air above him. Simon remembered that night when he first met Francesca, when he first met the priest. He was powerless. All he could do was run and entrust the fighting to Pierre. He wondered how much he had grown since then. As Simon bent his knees, ready to charge, Francesca drew a vertical line through the air. The jet black crosses fell from the ceiling all at once. The crosses drove into the floor, ripping through the carpet. By the way, aren't you guys fighting too recklessly? As Simon and Kajan dodged the falling cross, Francesca pressed a button on the panel behind her. Mana screens appeared around her. The entire Kizan campus could be seen from a glance. Since you've come all this way, I'll show you guys something interesting. What are you planning to do? She put her middle finger and thumb together. Kajan and Simon flinched and readied themselves for whatever was about to come. She looked at her watch casually. The time has come anyway. Well then, boom. She snapped her fingers. Her signal activated the desolator's ignition triggers. But of course. Exclamation point. Nothing happened. In that brief moment of panic, Simon rushed in and swung his greatsword. The moment she jumped up to dodge it, Kajanho jumped even higher than her, brought his fists together and swung them straight down like driving in a nail. A jet black shield blocked Kajan's fist. Using the brief pause, Francesca activated magic circles on each side, spewing out a poisonous smoke which hit Kajan directly. Kajan. I installed the desolators before class, but you removed them all? A dreary smile worked its way onto her face as she retreated back from the two. That's frightening. It's almost like the future has been revealed. Simon remained silent and tightly gripped his greatsword. Then, Kajan casually walked out of the poisonous smoke cloud, stretching his neck. So poison won't work after all, huh? Such a strange body. The paralysis smoke had spread all over, yet even Simon seemed fine. She grinned. Crushing them head-on would be a satisfying way to end the last hopes of Kizan. More crosses appeared on the ceiling. Boy. Be careful. Unfortunately, no one's coming. Even Nephthys can't pierce my barrier. What she had installed was a divine barrier. A priest's barrier. It was specialized in defense, superior to a necromancer's barrier in strength and safety. Plus, because it was created with divinity, it resisted jet black. If a priest and necromancer of equal skill were to fight, a priest who could use barriers was at a severe advantage. Struggle before the power of the goddess, dogs of Nephthys. Kizan threw off his partially melted school uniform after its time in the acidic poison. Bulky muscles tattooed with scars revealed their majesty from beneath. Simon. This is the last battle for the entire priest issue. He offered his fist to Simon, who smiled and bumped it. This issue was his first time working with Kizan. Yeah, let's go. After fist bumping, the two moved so fast they left after images, and the black crosses that came down after them struck only floor. The two moved around the command and control room with winding paths as they weaved around the falling crosses. Jet black eruption. Drops of jet black sweated from Simon's body. His physical ability increased dramatically, and it took less effort to avoid the crosses pouring down like heavy rain. With Francesca in the center, Kizan approached from the left and Simon from the right. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was Kizan who made the first move. He leaped dozens of meters into the air and kicked. Of course, Francesca unfolded her jet black shield to block it. At the same time, Simon rushed behind her like a flash and swung his greatsword. She ducked down and avoided it. In the meantime, Kizan rushed in with a shout. The punch he threw with the force of a charging boar was intercepted by a chop to the wrist. Kizan immediately pulled his fist back before unleashing blow upon blow. Francesca smirked before countering with her combat dark magic prowess. The flurry of fists from both sides was so fast that it formed a single blur. Kizan ducked and weaved in all directions, unleashing unpredictable attacks, while Francesca knocked away each blow with a chop. Parries were her forte. Francesca's leg hit Kizan hard in the knee, knocking him off balance. As she tried to stab through Kizan's chest and into his heart with her long nails. A slash fell toward Francesca's head. She clicked her tongue and stepped back. Ha-yeah. Unlike Kizan's punches, Simon's swordsmanship carried great weight in each blow. They couldn't be as easily parried. Sword slashes savagely sliced through the air. Francesca continued to dodge with perfectly small movements, then formed a jet black dagger. Using it, she redirected the slashes to fall just beside her. Simon was taken aback by the vibration he felt through his hands from the brief striking of metal against metal. Is she really an assistant teacher for poisonous alchemy? Her combat dark magic is insane. No, it wasn't quite combat dark magic. It was the martial art of priests, specialized in defense and counters. After redirecting Simon's greatsword, Francesca ducked in and thrust her blade towards Simon's throat. However, Kizan's fist flew in first and struck Francesca right in the face. She flew black, rolling across the floor where she landed. You okay? Yeah. Simon fixed his grip and Kizan clenched his fists. Francesca got up, giggling as she wiped her mouth. Come at me. The two dashed to the left and right once more, leaving afterimages where they stood. Flashes of black and white arrived quickly at both sides, dodging the falling crosses. Kia. Hi-yep. Fist and greatsword crossed. Punches and slashes recklessly filled the air. Francesca, who was at the center of the attack, focused on defense. But her body slowly accumulated damage after failing to deflect more and more blows. Kizan's punch broke through her guard and hit her square in the chin. As she flew into the air, the inside of Simon's foot arced through the air and hooked around her neck. He sent her flying into the ground. Then, he immediately raised the greatsword of destruction, but she slid out of range by kicking Simon's main sword hand. Huff. As soon as she got up, Kajan swerved right in front of her and unleashed yet another flurry of blows. Surging with the momentum, Kajan broke through Francesca's defenses. An elbow left her nose bloody, and he jabbed her right in the abdomen. She was about to counterattack by grabbing Kajan's ankle, but... Open! Xianxia the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Overlord's blade rose from the ground and dug into her shoulder. For the first time, fury flashed in her eyes. You bastards! Kajan punched again. She tried to chop at Kajan's wrist, but he immediately revealed it to be a feint as he ducked down. Simon appeared behind her with the greatsword. She hurriedly crouched to dodge it. A few strands of her long red hair were slashed. So close. Simon tried to aim for her neck, but unfortunately, he missed. However, she was forced to make an overly large movement, and an opening came. Simon flicked his wrists and the Overlord's tentacles emerged from beneath Kajan's feet, launching him into the air. Then Kajan, floating through the air, stretched his arms out wide, craned his neck back, and bent his legs to the point that they almost touched his back. His eyes gleamed. Kajan original Fong. He crossed his outstretched arms in front of him, and 10 terrifying claw marks were drawn in the air. Claws carved through the floors and walls. And across her body. The uppermost claw slashed her throat. A fountain of blood gushed out from her neck, chest, and stomach at the same time. Above all, the damage to the neck went deep. It went in cleanly. Simon clenched his fists in victory. Kajan, who had come back down, gasped for breath and looked forward. Francesca stared at the ceiling in disbelief as she clutched at the wound in her neck that just wouldn't stop bleeding. Simon was catching his breath as he deactivated the jet-black eruption. His body felt like it would have exploded even before Francesca got another to kill him. To think that these bastards are acting as students. She laughed and tilted her neck to the side with a "Certainly, you guys can't be defeated by Francesca. But don't you think it's a bit strange?" A chill ran down their spines. It really was strange. Among those guarding this place, there were necromancers stronger than you guys. But now they're all like this. I wonder why. White flames burst from her body. Simon's eyes widened. Divinity. The divine flame completely sealed the wounds from Kajan's attack, leaving only thin scars. Soon, white cloths formed from flames covered her body. You think I'll just sit and watch? Kajan rushed forward with his exhausted body. She saw him and snapped her fingers with a sneer. Exclamation point. White flames erupted in front of her, blowing Kajan away. As the white flames clung to his body, Kajan struggled with a rare scream of pain. Actually, I'm not Francesca. My name is Flema. Her red was mixed with white, and her eyes became more and more cloudy. One of the 7 pillars that protect Ethnol. Simon's face turned pale, and Pierre was also letting out a wry laugh at the unexpected twist. White flames burned all around her as she ascended into the air. She wasn't someone who could simply be called a priest of Ethnol. Lumping her in with such trash would be an insult to those she had slain. She was one of the Dark Alliance's greatest and worst adversaries. I am the Saintess of Purification. Chapter 151 The 7 Saintesses of Ethnol. They were the greatest pillar supporting Ethnol and the Holy Federation, and they were said to awaken in female students or graduates of Ethnol once the essence of the Saintess dwelled within them. However, unlike the Dark Alliance's Legion commanders who act freely, not bound by affiliation or status, the Saintesses are the core strength and representatives of Ethnol and the Federation. The moment one awakens as a Saintess, she frees herself from all struggles for power within the Holy Federation and reigns over humanity as a demigod. Only the Pope stands above her. Also, each of the 7 Saintesses bore different powers. Among them, incarnations of Flema, the Saintess of Purification, inherit the white flame, the perfect trinity of recovery, attack, and defense. She was also granted one more power, although only the Pope and a small few trusted figures knew of it. The Saintess of Purification transcended her human vessel. Even if her own body fell, she could possess and occupy another. With this ability, Flema decided to destroy Kizan from the inside after successfully possessing Francesca, who was suffering from a long life as an assistant teacher. Flema was able to use Francesca's power, knowledge, and jet black. She used that to teach classes and to poison Professor Lang, who believed in her wholeheartedly. Pests like Kajan arose, but they were never an issue. She stayed hidden and prepared for her long-term plan with extreme care. The plan was as perfect as it could be. She killed Lang to bring the Knights of Erebus, where all Kizan professors took leave, and exaggerated the firm values of her character known as Francesca to convince everyone of her desire to stay in Kizan and conduct classes to honor Lang's will. It was easy. But she only knew to do this because she had a deep understanding of their culture. Necromancers were overly emotional about death, and she knew that the wills they left behind had stronger influence than anything else in Necromancer society. The plan was perfect. But two minuscule specks of dust proved to become variables the size of mountains. Simon Polentia. Kajan Edvalt. The two of them neutralized the Desolators and made it this far. But there were no more unexpected variables. Everything would be over once she eliminated these two and activated the prima materia. Burn. In the flames of eternity. A wave of white flame surged from her fingertips. Simon and Kajan hurriedly rolled to the sides to avoid it. It looked like a hideous white dragon was spewing fire, but everything the white flame touched was fine. Well, everything except for Aowiawaweg. The flame only grazed Kajan's arm, yet he collapsed from the excruciating pain. Simon knew then that he couldn't let it even touch him. To think that such power exists. What a nightmare. Even Pierre's voice was trembling. An overwhelming force for all necromancers and undead. The power which the Saintess of Purification commanded. Now I'll get to find out who you really are, Simon Polentia. Franciscano Flema smiled. I thought it was strange when that ancient undead appeared in the Forbidden Forest. To think that you were a commander. Simon remained silent. Yet you're still in your infancy. It would be a different story 10 years down the line, but this stage is too early for you right now. Simon couldn't refute it. It hasn't been even half a year since he became commander, and the opponent was an active saintess. He wouldn't be any more than a pest. Still. Simon lifted up his greatsword. I may as well see it to the end. She smiled with amusement and turned her back. She was headed to the magic circle table in the command and control room. Kook. You need to stop the Saintess from using that, Simon. Shouted Kajan, even amidst the pain. She's planning to activate the prima materia. At those words, Simon immediately churned out jet black and rushed in. But with a flick of a wrist, a huge wall of white flame divided the main room in half. Simon hastily brought himself to a stop before he barreled into the wall. Just observe from there. She opened her subspace and took out a cube which emitted a dazzling prismatic light. Simon stomped down hard with his left foot. Open! The subspace opened through the white flame, and 6 blades immediately thrust out. However, flames wrapped around Flema and blocked each of the blades. Exclamation point. It was blocked so easily. Flema gave a sympathetic smile and activated the table. The center of the table opened and a dazzling crystal arose. It was the barrier stone that formed the protective shield around the entire Kizan. Flema yanked it out, threw it to the floor, and shoved the prima materia in its place. An artifact that endlessly creates all sorts of monsters using the essence of the user's power. You people have been harassing the Holy Federation with this for too long. She put her hand on the prima materia. Now it's your turn to suffer. White flame flooded out of her hand and into the prima materia. Damn it. Stop it. Ha 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 ha. The effect was seen immediately. White monsters began to appear on the numerous screens around the command and control room which displayed the entire Kizan campus. They looked like featureless, white dolls. Wings emerged from their backs, and black dots formed where the eyes, noses, and mouths should have been. They were different in size and shape. Many walked on 2 legs, some on 4, a few had arms longer than their bodies, and one even towered over buildings at its looming height of 20 meters. The Kizan students, focusing on classes, hadn't seemed to notice yet. Watch the mayhem unfold before your very eyes, Infant Commander. Just as those words left Flemma's lips. Ahem. Mic test. An announcement could be heard even from inside the command and control room. Simon immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Mail in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5 minutes ago. The 4th floor of the Broadcasting and Communications Center. What is the meaning of this? Please go back to your classes immediately, student. 3 bulky servants were blocking the entrance of the broadcasting room. Standing in front of them, Malin struggled to get in. For real. You thick-headed numbskulls. Shouted Malin. I'm telling you, a priest appeared in Kizan. They're preparing something terrible. The servants just smirked. What kind of silly dream did you have to make such a fuss? This is Kizan. Not even a saintess, let alone a lowly priest, could slip in, so please go back to class. Ugh, so frustrating. She looked out the window with anxious eyes. Although the explosions were prevented, Francesca had been preparing this for over a year. Common sense dictated it wouldn't have ended with the bombs. Okay, let us at least try to listen to that silly dream of yours. The servant sighed and continued. Who's the priest? Francesca Velmond. Malin gnashed her teeth and spat. She was fooling us all. She's secretly a priest of Ethnal. The servants stared at each other blankly. Then, they straightened their backs. You're crossing the line. We're still in the middle of Professor Lang's Knights of Erebus. Fabricating such rumors about any professor, but especially Professor Francesca, is too much. She was telling the truth, but it only made the situation worse. Then, one of the servants flicked his wrist. His core started activating, and a jet-black club appeared in his hand. If you keep on making a fuss like this, we will have to do something about it, even if you're a Kizan student. We'll report this matter to your professor in charge. It won't end with mere punishment. Malin glared at them. So what if you do something about me, huh? You little. As the servant was about to swing his club, she pushed her foot aside, activating the magic circle she had prepared. Beneath it. Dark Glacier, Sarch * the novel, F. Ir. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The first servant was flung into the wall, his entire body bar the face covered in ice. You crazy bastard. The other 2 servants tried to move, but Malin calmly flicked her hair back as ice crept up and around their legs, trapping them. Let us go. Is she actually crazy? She strode forward and opened the door to the broadcasting room. A servant was sitting on a chair in front of many panels, snacking away. Then, his eyes widened. What? What are the guards doing? As Malin swung her arm, the servant flew back, his body freezing against the wall. She sat down in the chair, flattened her skirt, and took a deep breath in. Are you actually crazy, student? Shut up and just stay there for a while. Do what you want, whether you give me punishment or disciplinary action later. She put the microphone in front of her mouth and cleared her throat. Honestly, she knew what she was doing was insane. That this issue wouldn't end with just disciplinary action. She was afraid to look like a fool if nothing happened after she went this far. However, it was better for her to take the blame for this than for Kizan to suffer casualties from the priest's attack without taking any countermeasures. Having made that decision, Malin pressed the on button. Ahem. Mic test. Her clear voice rang across all of Kizan. What should I say? I have to speak provocatively. They'll get it if I speak provocatively. After pondering for a moment, she opened her mouth. A priest of Ethnal has infiltrated the Kizan campus. This is not a drill. All students, please evacuate immediately. At those words, the buzzing of students could be heard throughout the campus. The snacking servant sighed in resignation with a face that said, I'm a dead meat. I repeat. A priest of Ethnal has infiltrated the Kizan campus. This is not a drill. All students, please evacuate immediately. Avoid any buildings, as they may collapse. Students in buildings with underground bunkers, please move there, and other students. Suddenly, she felt a strong impact on the back of her head as she fell flat. Crumbs of snacks splattered all over. Fucking shit. You really want to die, huh? Thanks to the barrier in the school uniform, she was uninjured. But she still received the shock. Within moments, the servant with a jet-black club threw his weapon aside and pressed his elbow against her neck, pulling her arm behind her back. Ugh. Do you think the servants are too dog's-hit to touch Kizan students? We're necromancers, too. Having suppressed Maylin, he pulled her out of the seat. Hurry and call a professor or assistant teacher. I'll suppress this basta. With an impact louder than when Maylin was struck by the club, the servant's pupils rolled into the back of his head and he collapsed. Phew. Rick was grinning while holding an enchanted textbook. Was I late? Hey, you wuss. Turning back to Rick, she whined. I got hit in the back of the head because of you. Why did you suddenly disappear without a word? I'm sorry. I don't remember what happened either. Other than that, keep going with your broadcast. Said Rick, pointing out of the window. The priest's attack has already begun. Outside the window, they could see the white monsters approaching. Screams of students erupted from all over the place, and the servants who were with them looked out the window in disbelief. It seems that they had somewhat come to understand the situation. Maylin took a deep breath. I repeat. It's an emergency. The priest's attack has begun. Assistant teachers, please stop classes immediately and evacuate students according to protocol. I repeat. Chapter 152. The monsters of the prima materia were invading all over the Kizan campus. They looked to be merely created. The air shook, and white masses fell. Seeing monsters that appeared without cause, the necromancers of 100 years ago called them miracles, and the priests called them an excretion. Hurry, run. The entire campus fell into a state of chaos with the monster attack. A school building collapsed as the 20-meter-tall monster rampaged alongside the rest of the large monsters. Students were screaming as they evacuated it. There's no time to gawk. Move quickly. I heard that there's a bunker in the learning center. Let's go there. But thanks to Malin's broadcast, the worst case was prevented. If the building had collapsed while students cluelessly attended classes, many students could have died. The students who blindly rushed out of the building now witnessed them. Monsters of many different shapes but all having that white body with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth all made from black. They looked like the drawings of a deranged child. Something's coming. White, medium in size, and quadrupedal, a gaunt monster was climbing the walls of a building, aiming at the students. When the students quickly went to prepare Magic Circle CTHNafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The sound of a cannon pierced the air, and an explosion erupted in the monster's face. The monster's head crashed into a lecture room, and the ensuing explosion ripped a hole right through it. A cannon? The students raised their heads. 4 sailboats were floating in the sky, glowing a light green. It's Alyssa. It's Alyssa's phantom ships. As they said, Alyssa the Special Admission number 7 had entered the battlefield, her uniform's coat slung over her shoulder. The phantom ship as she beckoned, and it unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. The white monsters entering the campus quickly turned to dust and disappeared. Her gaze shifted. A monster taller than the buildings was approaching the ships. The moment she was about to order the ships to turn and fire. Huh? Who's that? Someone else had appeared. A blonde student had climbed the monster. He clung to the monster's face and activated the liquid bomb he was carrying. A gray explosion erupted with a loud roar. Alyssa braced herself against the rough winds and clutched her coat. After a while, the smoke from the explosion cleared out, and the monster's head and the male student disappeared entirely. The monster, with only its torso remaining, collapsed as it was. Ugh, I was having a great nap. What's all the commotion? Alyssa turned her head. The same guy who had self-destructed with the monster while holding a liquid bomb was calmly walking in. Your special admission number 10, Malcolm, right? Even a dog with its tail between its legs can be useful sometimes, huh? I'll seriously kill you. Try blabbering that after winning against the special admission number 1 or something. Malcolm hammered his rod into the ground. Doppelgangers slunk out of the magic circle, and Malcolm threw a few bombs to them. The doppelgangers grabbed them, ran over to where the monsters were concentrated, and exploded one after another. In addition, with Alyssa's bombardment, the small monsters were swept away. Mic test. Alyssa held a magic loudspeaker. From now on, Alyssa, will organize an all-or-nothing squad to stop the monsters. Us Kizzen shouldn't run away from threats but stand against them. If you want to fight, come to the empty lot in front of the Magic Technology Academy. Malcolm laughed. She's all about wanting to command even in a situation like this, huh? Alyssa then took away the magic loudspeaker from her mouth before saying, You're coming too, right, last busboarder? Piss off, you power freak Karen. This kind of thing was happening all over Kizzen. Even though they were taken aback by the sudden attack, Kizzen students gathered together to launch counterattacks. Disease-based curses and hemomancy won't work against them. Share the information quickly. Curse the big ones to weaken them and wipe out the small fry with firepower. Frontliners, move. I'll set up some obstacles. A student swung his arms, and the windows of the building next door shattered as desks and chairs poured out from the lecture hall, forming a large hill. Students took the fortified position and knocked down any monsters who tried to come up, or just wiped them out with area of effect attacks. Curses aspirants weakened any of the large monsters, preventing them from attacking the buildings. Are there any more combat dark magic students? Send more of them to the front. Pull out all your skeletons. Walls. Build more walls. The responses of the Kizzen students who had been thrown into tough competition several times over were certainly swift. Even while evacuating, they naturally switched to a counterattack and began stabilizing. Super large one at 6 o'clock. It's coming over. The problem was the huge ones. A gigantic monster taller than even the 20-meter behemoth was entering the vacant lot, easily crossing the obstacles the students built. It shrugged off the dark spells and curses from the students, and it was destroying the mounds with just a single kick each. Wow. This is dangerous. 5 flashes of light struck the monster at the same time. The body of the gigantic monster was torn into several pieces, and students exclaimed. The assistant teachers. After easily clearing the monsters and coming back down, Brett, the assistant teacher of combat dark magic, looked at the communication crystal ball with a long sigh. It was no use, no matter how much he tried. He threw the crystal ball on the ground in anger and scratched his head. Maybe I should have prayed a bit, muttered a co-assistant teacher. Looking at it objectively, we're doomed, right? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Due to Lang's funeral, all the professors and chief assistant teachers were away. In other words, the actually experienced assistant teachers all went to the mausoleum. The ones left behind were the assistant teachers with insufficient experience in charge of observing the students doing self-studies. Shut up. It's better this way. Brett took off his outer garments and threw them aside before channeling his jet black. A black robe, the symbol of combat dark magic, covered his body. If even one student dies, we may as well get our letters of resignation ready. If you still want to stay in Kizzen, prepare your resume to be a keeper or something. He had to deal with Simon for the next 3 years, and now this happened? Brett was feeling hopeless. He thought of giving up being an assistant teacher and working freelance. Wow. However, the junior assistant teachers were moved by Brett. I thought your brain was also just muscle, but you can say cool things too, senior. He's right. Since the other seniors went to the mausoleum, let's focus on protecting the students. The assistant teachers jumped in, their morale more than recovered. Question mark. Brett wondered what was wrong with them, but followed soon after. And so, large-scale counterattacks centered on the assistant teachers and well-known students began. However, stamina and jet black deplete eventually, whereas the monsters created with the prima materia were endless. For gigantic ones. Dodge them. In the end, the western front where Alyssa responded first collapsed. She hurriedly took on her phantom ships and retreated, but she saw the gigantic white monsters trying to catch her ships. I'm getting tired. It was a mistake to overdo things in the beginning and expend a lot of jet black. Making even the shells cost a lot of jet black, let alone keeping the 4 phantom ships floating. They're gonna catch us. Speed up. The students who didn't know Alyssa's state pounded on the railing of the phantom ships and pestered her. Just as she was seriously contemplating dropping them, she saw a boy in a Kizan uniform flying up to the monsters. The boy's punch left a huge hole in a monster's cheek. He stepped on the head of that falling monster and jumped off it again. The rest of the monsters fell like dominoes at the boy's punches. Alyssa's eyes, watching while holding on to the railing of the phantom ship, widened. So had the other students. Why is he so strong? Is he an assistant teacher? But he's wearing a uniform. As the 5 monsters fell, kicking up a thick cloud of dust, Prince came down to the ground with ease. Gosh, I'm getting tired of taking care of these kids. Grumbled Prince to himself, scratching his head as he watched the departing ships. What is that bastard Simon doing? Asterisk. Back at the command and control room. The battle was one-sided. Simon tried jumping off the wall and slashing his greatsword of destruction at Flema with all his might, but the moment the sword was about to hit her forehead, a white flame enveloped the saintess and formed a protective shield. The greatsword bounced off it in vain, and she could be seen smiling and wagging her finger. White flame was rising up close to Simon's stomach. The flames exploded, and Simon flew dozens of meters into the wall. Pierre's pained cry filled his mind now that he had touched the white flame. Simon slid down the wall and fell to his knees. Kook! Then, he trembled as he hugged his stomach, which had just been touched by the white flame. His eyes shook with pain, and spittle ran down his chin. Seeing this, Flema smiled in satisfaction. It hurts, doesn't it? She said. This flame is the power of the goddess to cleanse impure beings. It's lethal for undead and necromancers just at a light touch. The pain is like a taste of the afterlife that awaits them. She opened her arms. This is proof that you all are fundamentally impure. The white flame heals the wounds of those who worship the goddess but scorches those who worship evil. Can you really deny the goddess even after seeing this power with your own 2 eyes? Simon silently drove his greatsword into the ground and struggled his way up. She arched her fingers and was about to shoot another white flame, when her eyes turned back. Kajan had rushed forward and punched her from behind. Of course, this time again, it was blocked by the white flame protecting her. Kajan's face was distorted with excruciating pain. The mere touch of the white flame on his fist almost made him lose his mind. How desperate. You can't really be thinking of it, can you? She smirked and faced her hands at Kajan. The image of winning against? This time, the white flame exploded directly on Kajan. Kwa. Kajan, who had been launched away, rolled on the ground in agony now that the white flame had spread to his body, then banged his head against the wall, coughing blood. Flema smiled as if funding this fun. I do recognize your efforts in stopping the desolators. However, her gaze turned to the screens. Kizan students were fighting hard against the monsters of the prima materia, but the front line was being pushed back. They were slowly running out of resources. You only delayed the inevitable. No one can stop this great purification. Simon fixed his grip on the greatsword stuck in the floor and mustered up more jet black while gasping for breath. Pier's bone armor, having received more damage than it could withstand, was forcibly released before rolling across the floor. The only thing that remained was the bone of the right hand holding the greatsword. Your willpower is commendable, but you are much too far beneath me for mere will to be the decider. Farewell. She frowned as if disturbed. Without anyone noticing, strange feathers had stuck themselves in the center of the white flame that protected her. The feathers didn't burn away despite managing to pierce more than halfway through the fiery shield. Who are you? She increased the intensity of the white flame to the extreme and burned the feathers. Soft footsteps could be heard pacing down the hallway leading to the command and control room, and an ivory-haired girl entered with her arms behind her back. Hello, Simon. You seem to be struggling? How are you here? Serene's dazzling wings on her right unfurled behind her back. I'm here to get my third stamp on the coupon. Chapter 153 The Mausoleum, the place where the great necromancers of Kizan came to rest. The area itself was an undersea cave at the end of Roke Island. It was also a sacred place for necromancers, so unnatural phenomena were rampant. Funeral ceremonies in the mausoleum consisted of lengthy traditional procedures. The schedule was so long that even if they were without a break all day, the next day's sun would have risen by the time they finished. This time, however, it was simplified in accordance with Lang's will. Yet even so, it was supposed to last into the middle of the night. In the midst of this, only Umbraith necromancy professor and the funeral director was passionate. He made the mourners dance ceremonial dances called chicken feeding dances and squid courtship dances and would criticize every movement. Then, after enduring a tight schedule starting from the early morning, they were given a short break. This is tiring. Aaron trudged along, brushing back his wet hair. He was a man who valued tradition in everything, but he could not understand the correlation between the putting of one's head into a waterfall in an undersea cave and praying for the bliss of the deceased. Should I write my will in advance? If I die, just omit the ceremony rather than simplify it. Trudging along while seriously considering it, he found a room in the cave with no one in it. It was perfect. When no one was looking, he took off his coat, loosened his tie, and rolled up his trouser sleeves. He felt like he could finally breathe, the wind cooling his exposed skin. After staring blankly at the ceiling for a while out of exhaustion. Professor, do you mind if I enter? The distinctive rugged dialect of a northern, or far eastern part of Shahid could be heard. When Aaron turned his head, he saw the professor of combat dark magic, Hong Feng, smiling brightly. Aaron silently nodded. Hong Feng brushed her suit skirt and sat down modestly with her legs together, putting her back against the wall. There was a long silence until Hong Feng eventually chose to break it. How's Simon's progress in summoning these days? So she was asking about Simon? Well, the main topic of conversation among professors was the students, after all. It's just about the level you think it is, Professor Hong Feng. He was tired of answering questions. It was an insincere reply, but she grinned. I've wanted to personally teach Simon some combat dark magic. Aaron stared at the ceiling with an impassive face. I've taught many kids at Kizan, but this was the first time I've ever seen a talent like him. I believed that, if I worked with all my might, a masterpiece could be born. Professor Aaron. She tilted her head. When did you feel the conviction in him? Conviction, you say? Such a thing. I bet it was the same as when you felt the conviction, Professor Hong Feng. It was obviously in the first class. As soon as he finished his first class, he asked Nephthys for a private meeting where he asked about Simon's parents. But Nephthys didn't indulge him. She just brushed it off with her distinct "I don't know what you're talking about" face. A genius suddenly brought to the continent by Nephthys, he had doubts about the origin, but he had no choice but to nurture him. No, he would have grown regardless of who nurtured him. Then Hong Feng spoke again. Then Professor Aaron, your plan with Simon. Do my ears deceive me? Aaron's expression hardened. Bahil, dressed not in his usual white suit and fedora but a black suit that looked like it had been smeared with ink, came in. I believe I just heard the name Simon. Bahil walked in with a slow gait and sat down next to Aaron before taking off his hat and placing it in his lap. I can't be missing out on a conversation about him. Aaron's face was flooded with irritation too great for him to feign apathy. There are plenty of other good spots, so why are they all coming here? Come on, let's stop bluffing each other. We all know that guy's talent, yeah? That kid is talented. He's a genius. Blah blah blah, yada yada yada. I think it's time we stop talking about something so obvious. Bahil flung his arms into the air. Yes. To cut to the chase, I want Simon Polantia too. Search the nelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As soon as he appeared, Bahil openly slammed this declaration of war on the table. Hong Feng looked at Bahil with a smile. You, the professor of curses? That's unexpected. I've never seen Simon use a curse. As expected from you, Professor Hong Feng. You sure know how to hit a nerve. Bahil playfully clutched his chest. Actually, it really doesn't matter that much. He doesn't use curses purely because he hasn't found a reason to take interest in them yet. Once he gets a taste of its beauty. Bahil licked his lips. He won't be able to say no. Hong Feng rested her chin on her hands and gave a cynical smile, and Aaron closed his eyes with a sour face. Other than that, I was a little taken aback, Senior. Bahil pouted. I thought you'd just overturn the declaration that you wouldn't accept any direct disciple so you could take Simon. Only the professor could initiate the conversation about direct disciples. It was an unwritten rule, and it was seen as quite rude for students to beg to be direct disciples without prompting. Simon clearly showed great interest in summoning. However, Aaron was guiding him from a step removed. Is it some kind of principle, keeping to your words? Aaron flatly replied to Bahil's needling. We haven't even finished the first semester yet. It's too early to discuss a student's major, their talents are yet to be fully discovered. It's abnormal and nothing but a scam to speak to them of direct disciples now. Bahil and Hong Feng felt a prick in their conscience, but they didn't show it. Bahil clapped. The way you think about the student's future rather than fulfilling your own greed. What a true educator. Hey. Aaron's eyes became cold. Stop messing around. Aha, excuse me. Bahil apologized, but his smile remained unchanged. By the way. His gaze moved. Looks like somebody gave Simon a carrot and a stick. As soon as he finished speaking, the professor of hemomancy, Silage, entered. Aaron and Bahil, who were once his disciples, were about to stand up and bow, but Silage gestured for them to stop. Then, he briefly met eyes with Hong Feng. I stopped by because all the professors teaching the first years were here. Muttered Silage before continuing. Did I make you uncomfortable? No, not at all. Make yourself at home, Professor. Bahil was being polite, but Aaron was on the verge of leaving with how crowded the place was getting. Hey, stay a while, Professor. Isn't this a really fun composition? Since we're all gathered here, let me skip to the chase and ask a simple question. At Bahil's words, the other three expectantly paused. What do you all think Simon Polentia's true strength is? Silence fell over the cave. Aaron stood up from his seat, shrugged on his coat, and spat. Insight. Then Hong Feng calmly said. Perseverance. Silage, still standing where he was when he entered, grinned and replied. Uniqueness. Bahil slammed his hands over his face. Then, he violently pushed his hair back. Water droplets flew off his wet hair and fell to the floor. That's all wrong? Question mark. You call yourselves professors of Kizun? Huh. My goodness. You can't even appreciate the true value of that kid. How could you guide that kid to the right path? Bahil suddenly began to take it a bit far. His head shook, droplets of water spraying everywhere, and his eyes glistened with a hint of craziness. His true strength is madness, he proclaimed as if giving a speech, opening his arms wide as he looked at his fellow professors. A wild smile then etched itself into his face. He's a talent who can truly go insane for something. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The battle in the command and control room was still ongoing. Simon let out a heavy breath. Through blurred vision, he could see Serene and Saintess Flema exchanging fierce blows. "Why?" shouted Flema. "Why does something like you exist in Kizan?" Flema seemed enraged. Perhaps also bewildered. Her white flame was noticeably less accurate than before. "Oh my, and what's it got to do with you?" taunted Serene, throwing feathers held between her fingers like shurikens. Oddly, her feathers lasted quite a while even against the horrific white flame. Flema had to deliberately increase the firepower so as to reduce the feathers to ashes, which seemed to be eating away at her energy. "This is blasphemy." White flame scattered off of Flema like buckshot as she furiously swiped her arms through the air. Yet Serene flew in at full speed while dodging it all. She changed. Simon's eyes twinkled from watching the battle between Serene and Flema. White flame, which only damaged undead and necromancers, suddenly exerted a physical force and began to affect objects. Then, Serene turned to Simon. "Simon, I don't think a single coupon will make up for this. Maybe I need to receive at least 2 since the opponent is a saint. Serene, watch out." White flame flew in streams. Serene's flight speed was something, but space was limited. She did well for a while, but she was eventually struck by a ray of white flame and fell to the floor. Flema, who was trying to corner the fallen Serene, turned in annoyance. Simon had run in and attacked her back with his greatsword. Of course, it was blocked again by the white flame protecting her. "No matter how many times you try, it's going to end the same." Flema flicked her right wrist. The barrier of white flame exploded, launching Simon into a wall. "Phew!" Simon clutched where the white flame had touched and trembled in pain. Yes, this is what one might call compatibility. A smile returned to her face, replacing the annoyance from dealing with Serene. This is the proof that the goddess exists. Those who deny her won't stand a chance against her power. As she flicked her finger, lumps of white flame hit Simon's body one after another. "Oh, Simon!" shouted Serene. Her highest priority recruitment target was dying in real time. "Damn it!" Kajan, crawling across the floor in pain, also gnashed his teeth. He had faced many strong enemies until now, but there was nothing he could do against her. It was pretty good for a final hurrah. Flema reared her arms back. She raised white flame to finish off the neutralized Kajan. Just then, Simon, who had been roasted in white flame so hard his clothes were still burning with them, stood up again with shaking legs. Boy! He had protected Pierre's right hand, the only piece of bone armor remaining, be pulling it underneath himself. Simon struggled to raise his head, but soon his legs gave out, and he fell to the floor. Kook! The pain from the flames must shattered his will, and his body was severely damaged. Yet he forced himself up again and again nonetheless. After standing up again and taking a few steps, he collapsed once more. He stood up again, took 2 more steps, then hit the floor with his head. He was staggering forward like a living corpse, saliva drooling from his mouth. Flema looked fed up with the uncanny display of will. "Back off, Simon. You can't beat her with your strength." The death of her highest priority recruitment target was something that Serene also wanted to avoid. So she released her full power. After floating into the sky, feathers gathered in front of her to form 10 large magic circles. Feather frenzy. Hundreds, no, thousands of feathers passed through the magic circles, and they became golden flashes of light shooting at Flema. These feathers were even harder to burn. Flema immediately guarded with her arms and strengthened the wall of white flame to its maximum. Feather and flame collided, and a thundering crash echoed out. "Hi-ya!" In the meantime, Simon stood up again like a zombie and came running. Now, Flema was more dumbfounded than annoyed. Just die already. Before Simon could swing his greatsword, white flame shot out and swept him aside. Flema turned her attention back to her shield. Exclamation point. Flema felt a chill run down her spine and goosebumps appear on her flesh. Simon, who should have been rolling on the floor in pain, approached once more. What? How? Kwa. Simon seemed to be swallowed up by the white flame she once again created, but immediately after, he rushed toward her with flames trailing behind him and eyes full of madness. That attack is. The greatsword of destruction sliced diagonally across the saintess' back, cutting deep. A fountain of blood gushed from the wound, leaving Serene and Kajan in shock as the eyes of the terrified saintess lingered. It's too much. Chapter 154. Simon was perplexed when he came into contact with Flema's white flame. It did hurt. It hurt like shit. But was it so unbearable? Kajan and Pierre reacted as if they had felt the fires of hell, so why was it so weak? Simon felt a seed of doubt grow in his mind. The second white flame struck. The nasty pain was reduced to just pain. To put it simply, it became bearable. Right after that, he was exposed to the third blast of white flame. It felt like he was stepping into the dorm spas he had become well acquainted with. Simon was enduring well enough to describe the attack of one of Ethnal's 7 saintesses as a spa. It didn't stop there. Why are my wounds healing? Flema's white flame was healing the scrapes across Simon's knees and elbows. It was a very confusing situation, but Simon made sure to keep this all hidden. After all, this opportunity would never come again. Flema was a monstrous fanatic. She was infinitely proud of being a saintess, and she had to be able to destroy all the wickedness with the power of her white flame bestowed upon her by the goddess. Because this power was her proof of the goddess. Her personal faith was one with her ability. But what if that faith was shaken? It would mean utter turmoil for her emotions. Finding the crack in her foundations, Simon decided to pull off a trick. When he touched the white flame, he rolled around like Kajan or Pierre, screaming and drooling. He even bit his tongue so he could cough up blood. Seeing the necromancer suffering from the divine punishment, Flema seemed satisfied. And when Serene intervened moments later, Flema seemed very stressed that she couldn't burn Serene's feathers all at once. Fortunately, she seemed to see Serene as a special case, so it didn't lead to her suspecting Simon. Simon charged in ignorantly, swung his greatsword, had his attack blocked by white flame, and roiled in false pain. Repeating that over and over again, he looked for an opportunity. However, he just could not find the proper opening to finish it once and for all. But it was worth the wait. While Serene was firing thousands of golden feathers, Flema went all in on defense. Simon took this moment to rush behind Flema in the same way as every other attack. Having thoroughly been tricked by the acting, Flema responded like usual. She tried to brush off Simon with a small burst of white flame. However, Simon proudly charged through the lukewarm flames and swung the sword. It was the most effective attack so far. A deep line of crimson went from her shoulder to her hip. The blade didn't slice her completely in half, but the gushing blood clearly showed her wounds went deep. How? Flema was shaken. She hastily tried to fall back and heal, but wounds inflicted by the greatsword of destruction couldn't be recovered. Not even with white flame. How? 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 Her faith began to crumble. Why? Shouting from the lungs, she doubled over and gasped for breath. Her trembling eyes turned to Simon. Who in the world are you? Fear. All she could feel was fear. Fear of the unknown. I don't know either. Flatly replied Simon, fixing his grip on the greatsword. He was telling the truth. He had no idea how he was fine after being hit by the saintess's flame. He just made use of that fact but didn't have the time to think about the why. When people witness something they can't understand and don't want to understand, Xianxia the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Die. they want to destroy it. White flame extended from Fleema's palm, bathing Simon with more flame than a forest fire. Kook! Simon immediately put his right arm behind his back to protect Pierre's bone armor. He then received the baptism of white flame with his entire body. Kajan and Serene screamed in horror. Although he had some resistance to divinity, Simon was still fundamentally a necromancer. His body was reaching its limit under the overwhelming power. Boy! What are you doing? Get out of there! Pierre! Simon tried his best to smile while enduring the flames. How long are you going to hesitate? If we want to beat a Saintess of Ethnal, we must first change our essence. If you really are the marshal of my legion. Simon's eyes sharpened. Follow me, Pierre. Kuahihi. Pierre laughed. Hugh. Kuahihi. Wahahaha. Kuahahaha. The cackle of a madman somewhere between laughter and tears echoed through Simon's mind. You can only insult the dead so much, boy. Pierre sounded very amused when he said that. This is not an insult. Rather, it is. A smile crept across Simon's lips, too. Fleema, still pouring out a torrent of white flame, froze with unparalleled terror. An evolution. The sound of a water droplet striking a pond rang out in Simon's mind. Simon was the infinitely small drop of water. Pierre was the pond. The white drop of water vanished without a trace the moment it fell into the rotten black pond. A drop of white water fell again. But this time it was different. The moment the droplet landed in the pond, the white color spread in all directions like highly concentrated ink, dyeing the entire pond white. Kuhihihihi. Wahahaha. Bones once strewn across the floor now floated in the air and began to attach to Simon's body, enduring the white flame. The bones seamlessly connected to form armor, covering the remaining bones on the right arm and connecting to the torso and legs. The cape was wrapped around Simon's body again, and finally. All right, son of Richard. Pierre's skull helmet landed on Simon's head. Simon grabbed the skull and pulled it on further. His eyes were fully covered, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed. In the name of victory, I shall now even throw away my identity as an undead. As usual, a dark blue flame burned like a torch in the right eye socket. But a white flame rose from the left eye socket. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With flames burning in both eyes, Pierre had finally caught up with Simon's growth. Let's go, Pierre. Kuahahaha. Simon swung his greatsword. The sword's slash continued in a straight line, tearing through white flame and striking Fleema in the stomach. What in the world? Her eyes trembled. A necromancer who could withstand white flame was one thing. But an undead who used divinity? A series of great shocks came one after another, and cracks began to appear in her rationality. Kayak. Fleema let out a piercing wail. It couldn't be. Her pounding heart filled her ears as fear filled her mind. For priests, this was against the very foundations of their lifelong faith. Simon kicked off the floor and dashed in. The bone armor's potential was fully reached, and his physical ability rose dramatically. Kook! She burned with rage upon seeing such blasphemy and flew into the air, cleansing the ground with white flame. Simon braced himself against the floor and swung his sword up. Simon struck her with a long-range sword slash, but white flame healed her wounds quickly. It's meaningless unless you hit her directly with the greatsword of destruction's blade. Yes, but Simon had no aerial combat skills. His best hope was jumping up and catching her. But while Simon was dashing around to find a good place to jump off of, he discovered that Serene's feathers were following him. I'll help you. Simon heard Serene's voice. The feathers that caught up to Simon clung to his shoulders and back. Exclamation point. Simon felt his concentration rise several-fold in an instant. The same imagery as what she showed in combat dark magic class appeared once more. In addition, the feathers attached to his back pushed with the force of 100 crows, lifting Simon into the air. Okay. After getting a sense of it, Simon kicked off the ground and soared up. Simon slashed Fleema's shoulder as he passed by her. Blood sprayed from the wound, and Fleema's face went pale from fear. Fleema flew higher into the air. The shield of white flame that protected the saintess went up and up, breaking through the ceiling and the rock wall of the cave. Simon had to strain his eyes to see her above him. He couldn't let her escape. Having squeezed out every drop of physical and mental stamina, he knew he would collapse the moment he paused to breathe. So first, I'll take her down. Simon chased after Fleema, bringing the feather's speed to the maximum. Divine spheres and rocks the size of houses rained down. Simon gave up on rationality and entered the realm of madness. I'll slash everything in front of me. He frantically swung his sword over and over as he rose, white slashes filling the air. Faced with enough debris to blot out the sun and a baptism of divine spheres that filled his vision, Simon slashed and slashed far beyond all thought. The obstacles blocking Simon's vision were all gone. Bathing in the dazzling sunlight, Simon flew thousands of meters into the air. Harsh winds whipped at his hair and face. As he looked down, he saw the hole in the top of the mountain where he flew from the command and control room, and the Kizan campus in the distance next to it. Why won't you die? Fleema, still above him, raised her arms. Sharp crosses made of white flame floated in the air. Perhaps her senses had returned to normal. She was thinking of fighting with physical force, abandoning the stubborn need to burn Simon to death with the power of the goddess. Here I go, Pier. Kuhihi. Knock yourself out. As Simon flew up, hundreds of crosses fell down. As he went to cut the ones threatening to skewer him, more came to fill their places. He was left slashing through the air over and over and over. Kizan students fighting the monsters generated by the prima materia on the ground had turned their gazes to the sky at the thundering noises. It's a cross. Students were all looking and pointing. That's a priest, right? But who is it fighting? Hey, get out of the way. Malin shoved Rick's head to the side and looked up at the sky. Then, both of her cheeks went a bright red. Pion. Simon's cut through crosses one after another. But he was starting to feel his limit. Although she had lost all shreds of sanity, cornering a saintess like this was as difficult as a miracle. If this battle went too long and she regained her composure, Simon would be at an overwhelming disadvantage. This is my last chance to attack. Simon gnashed his teeth to the point where a cracking was heard inside his mouth. While floating in the air, he brought the greatsword horizontally behind him, crouching down low. It was a sword draw stance, except there was no scabbard to draw it from. He put all his strength into the greatsword. The sword flickered and began to shake with a terrible force. Then, a brilliant light shone down like a second sun. What's going on? It's so bright. The flash of light on the sword was so great that even the students on the ground were covering their eyes. I just have to. His arms swung, and his waist spun. Pier's bones, attached to his body, recreated their accumulated experience in Simon. Simon felt a refreshing sense of liberation and grinned. Slash across dimensions. The pure white trail tore through the air and the buffeting winds, traveling in a straight line. A clear divide was drawn through the clouds marking where Simon had cut the sky. Even the Kizan campus trembled from the aftershock. Kuhuk. The saintess was split in half across the weight, along with the crosses around her. However, a saintess was an absolute being. White flame swept across her dismembered body, trying to reattach it. I'm not done yet. Simon, having just unleashed a massive slash, was rotating back once more. All of Pier's bones were moving from the rest of the body and toward his wrist. Simon spun in a complete circle, stretched out his arm, and pointed the tip of his sword at Fleema. Simon's hand and the bones attached to it were trembling as they held the greatsword, seemingly struggling to endure the power he had gathered. "I'll definitely hit." Simon added his absolute order. Simon and pure original projection. Simon's arm was flung back and Pierre's bones were scattered in all directions as deafening gunfire filled the sky. Fleema, who had been focusing on recovering her split body, found her vision going further up than it should have. "What did you?" In her moment of distraction, the greatsword of destruction grazed her head. As she followed its path, dazed, she saw the greatsword was moving far, far away. And... her right arm was flying into the sky. Yuck. The Saintess' cries of pain shook all of Kizan. Chapter 155. The Saintess' arm flew off. It might have been possible to kill her if Simon had thrown it a little more accurately, but just hitting her was hard enough with how far away she was. Simon reached out toward the sword while struggling against his building weariness. Restore. A light flashed in the distance, and Pierre's greatsword came flying into Simon's hand. However. "Hey, boy. Snap out of it. You can sleep when you're dead." Simon was falling. All the way down to the hole in the mountain range. Just in time, two of Serene's feathers flew in and attached themselves to Simon's shoulders. They quickly re-righted him and slowed his descent. Supported by the feathers, Simon drifted down the hole in the mountain range. Feathers lined the hole, disintegrating into magic circles after Simon fell past to seamlessly fill the hole with dirt and stones. "I'm getting some DJVU from last time, you know? To think that the successor of Ivory Tower is just taking care of someone else." Serene smiled wearily and approached Simon. "I did so much to help you, yet you only got a single arm? From now on, you can be the one supporting me." A loud chuckle came from inside Pierre's skull helm. Simon sat down with shaking legs, still laughing. Meanwhile, Kajan was also laughing, but in a much less hearty fashion. He shook his head in resignation. Crazy bastards. Two students managed to band together to corner a saintess and even blow off one of her arms. It was a story that would make anyone laugh. It occurred to Kajan that this information was so unrealistic it wouldn't even sell. Ugh. Simon's head began to droop as he threatened to pass out. So Serene jabbed feathers into his arm, bringing him to his senses. "Wake up. I don't think it's time for you to pass out just yet." Question mark. Right on cue, the entire command and control room shook violently. Everyone's gazes moved up. How persistent. Search * the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Muttered Kajan. The ceiling was collapsing, along with the rock wall. Serene clicked her tongue and sent out feathers to form a protective magic circle over their heads. The ceiling was destroyed once more. The Saintess descended from the sky, leaving a hole 5 times larger than the one from before. Her heels clicked against the ground. But this time, missing an entire arm, she looked almost dreary. "Now I understand." She raised her head. "I understand what the goddess desired." The hem of her habit fluttered, and an indescribably tremendous amount of energy rose from her body. The three warily backed away. A legion commander against whom divinity does not work. Her gaze turned to Simon. "An irregularity. This is a serious catastrophe. I've confirmed that even that undead he controls is immune to divinity. When he is fully grown, he shall be Efnal's worst enemy. The goddess led me here not to terrorize Kizan, but rather..." Her entire body went alight with dazzling white flame. "To get rid of you." Simon Polentia. Fleema began to recite a prayer. Serene smiled bitterly and pointed behind her. "Why don't we run away for now?" The moment Simon nodded and turned around, a huge wall of white flame rose up and blocked their escape route. "Please forgive how your lowly servant has disrespected you." Fleema could be seen kneeling. "I've realized that the power of the goddess does not work on the heretic in order to enlighten the foolish me of who is most needing judgment." "Oh, this is dangerous. It looks like she's already starting to calm down." said Serene. Kajan added. Nothing's changed. But she's accepting this situation to be an enlightenment. Then, phlegma drenched in white flame began to grow and shift. It no longer took the form of a human. Its body seemed to turn into a white and smooth divine metal, starting from her legs and spreading up to her face. Some mass split off to form a new right arm. Curved wings hung behind its back and its face was covered with smooth metal, featureless apart from the shining blue eyes. Something like a disc made of the same material floated above her head. According to the will of the goddess, I shall sacrifice everything I have to purify the soils of evil. She had activated executioner mode, which she had to maintain by burning her own lifespan with white flame. She was really putting her all into this fight. A sword made of white flame rose from Fleema's wrist. Her metallic body also radiated heat, making the air around her hazy. The body was likely also made of white flame. The three knew it before they even faced her. They couldn't defeat her. Now. She raised her newly forged right arm high into the air. A sword of white flame stretched dozens of meters into the air and exploded into a huge flame. Be purged from this realm. The flaming sword started to descend. Simon hurriedly raised Pierre's greatsword. I can't stop with my current. The sound of metal striking metal filled the entire cave, and Fleema's sword was blocked. Simon's eyes widened. He wasn't the one who blocked it. Before he realized, a golden magic circle had appeared between him and Fleema. Don't tell me. This is. So quickly? Fleema was focused completely on the magic circle. A golden portal was opening in the air. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. His true strength is madness. He's a talent who can truly go insane for something. Shouted Bahil in excitement. Aaron, listening to the story, frowned as if finding Bahil to be pathetic. You merely found a similarity between him and you. Madness is also the virtue of geniuses. Bahil shrugged. Let me tell you of my experience. I briefly interfered with Simon in one of Class A's curses classes to help him practice. I placed a sensory curse on him to maximize his concentration. His grin went manic. Since then, in every battle and every important moment, especially in Professor Jane's Cyclops evaluation, Simon mimicked the curse-induced state. He seems to perceive it simply as reproducing the imagery, but that's not true. He paused for dramatic effect. Complot. He's reaching the state of complot, something which great necromancers only occasionally experience. Yeah. A 17-year-old kid is reaching complot just to reproduce the sense of concentration he felt in curses. Does that even make sense? Seeing the bewildered faces of the three, Bahil smiled in superiority. Now that you mention it. Hong Feng stroked her chin. Even if it was with the help of another student, Simon mastered jet black eruption in 2 attempts. I think it's true that he opened the door to complot. Oh, that's news to me. Bahil nodded and continued. Anyway, the reason for sharing this information is for us to come together to make the most of his. I'm against it. Said Silage as he coughed. Complot will break one's mind if entered too often. He is only 17. You probably know what end the necromancers addicted to complot face. Like a thin candle, their lives burn away fast. However. Bahil smirked. They accomplished amazing achievements and left their names in history. Professor Bahil. Don't get me wrong, I'm confident that no faculty member cares about Simon's health as much as I do. People who ruin themselves by often reaching complot are just at that sort of level. It was bound to happen to them. However, Simon has a different talent. A talent known as overworking? Bahil's eyes went cold. Professor Silage, I am sorry if this sounds rude, but are you really a necromancer? You shouldn't have said it in the first place if you thought it sounded rude. You need to guide him to reduce his usage of complot. It's the role of the professor to help him build skills that enable him to overcome situations without such excessive means. Even without complot, that boy can rise to the top. Bahil's face quickly filled with frustration. His possibilities are endless. Using the role of the professor as an excuse to clip the wings of a genius should disqualify you as an educator and is a great sin as a necromancer. Enough. Hongfeng forced herself between the two. This might lead to a fight with the way things are going. Today is Professor Lang's funeral. The time and place is not right. Silage closed his mouth and his cheeks turned slightly red. But Bahil seemed like he was still itching to say something. Then, Aaron's eyes shifted to the door. It's pretty noisy outside. Silage sniffed the air before rushing out. The other professors followed after him. Many mourners had gathered and were loudly whispering between each other. The group waded their way through the crowd. Camabarez. Silage ran up to her. A female Kizan student was entering the mausoleum, covered in blood. Her eyes and mouth were constantly bleeding, and the large wings behind her back drooped. Ah! Kamabura's eyes welled up with tears when she saw the professors. Professors, please. Calm down. You're far too hurt, said Silage, grabbing her shoulder to stop her from falling. Please save Simon. Save the students. Save? What are you talking about? Then, with a flash of light, a small girl appeared next to Camabarez. Looks like a problem has come. Nephthys Archbold. Upon her appearance, all the mourners including the professors bowed in unison. You're... Camabarez's eyes trembled. It was the little girl who came to the lecture room to play and grab some snacks. Hello. Can you show me that, please? The girl pointed to Lang's diary, which Camabarez held in her arms. Camabarez glanced around in a slight hesitation, but after seeing Hongfeng nodding her on, she handed the diary to Nephthys. Nephthys opened Lang's diary. Other professors also came over and read the content from behind her. The professors who saw the first sentence felt their eyes pop out of their sockets. It's Lang's handwriting, muttered Nephthys before turning to the next page. The professors' expressions changed moment by moment. Surprise became horror, horror became confusion, and finally everything became rage. Yeah. There's no need to read any further, sighed Nephthys before returning the diary to Camabarez. As Camabarez held the journal back in her arms, Nephthys smiled and stroked her head. Everything is fine now. Camabarez, adrenaline flooding her veins, felt her heart calm at the voice. Leave it to us. She let her eyes finally release their tension, lose focus, and close. Ah, gosh. Nephthys let out an exhausted sigh and straightened her back. I want to tear everything apart. Suddenly, broad daylight was covered with thick darkness, and black lightning struck. The mourners shuddered. The weather had changed in an instant. Nephthys turned around. Silage, please take care of this child. Yes, Nephthys. And? Said Nephthys while looking back at the procession. Anyone who's gonna come with them. Before she even finished speaking, Aaron, Bahil, and Hongfeng raised their hands with bloodied spirits. Some other necromancers and mourners raised their hands behind them, but they all slowly lowered their arms at the determination of the three. All right. She nodded and snapped her fingers. The air shook and Jane appeared, bowing her head. Get ready, Jane. Yes. With Jane's dark spell, Aaron, Bahil, Hongfeng, and herself were enveloped in jet black and converted into small cubes, which Nephthys subsequently grabbed. Nephthys then reached up into the air. A rotating golden clock in the form of a magic circle unfolded in the air before turning into a huge gate. Let's go. The Witch of Death was making her move. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5 minutes later. The sound of metal striking metal filled the entire cave, and Fleema's sword was blocked. Simon's eyes widened. He wasn't the one who blocked it. Before he realized, a golden magic circle had appeared between him and Fleema. Don't tell me. This is... so quickly? Fleema was focused completely on the magic circle. A golden portal was opening in the air. Inside was a little girl with silver hair that flowed in the wind. It's been a while. Nephthys broke into a laugh befitting her title of witch. Saintess of Purification. Chapter 156. The white monster's attack became more and more intense. Kizan students were pouring out jet black as they held on, and they eventually reached their limits. No matter how many times they killed the monsters, more just fell from the air and rushed in. Morale was at an all-time low. Stop them even if it kills you. The dormitory line of defense was on the brink of collapse. With the dormitory building at their back, there was nowhere to run. For big ones are coming. It's over. It's really over. Just as everyone was feeling their limits, a black cube drifted down with the winds. It came down on the dormitory line of defense. The cube then disintegrated, forming a magic circle, before a person popped out from within. The students, half in despair and half in disbelief, stared. Some were pinching themselves awake, and others even burst into cheers or tears. Professor Jane, dressed in a black suit, walked in. Everyone, step back. The vice president's order was absolute. Students withdrew from the defensive line they had been risking their lives to defend. Proudly spreading terror using prima materia, the nerve of Ethnal to call us evil. Her temper was at its limit. But rescuing students was the first priority. After scanning her surroundings, Jane spread a dark magic circle on the ground with bloodshot eyes. Search *the Nefire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tens of thousands of black butterflies shot out like firecrackers. These artificial dark magic lives quickly scattered all over the battlefield. As Jane slowly opened her hand, butterflies flew into it and joined together to form a large scythe. Countless butterflies clung to all the surrounding monsters, especially the gigantic ones. Jane held the scythe in a reverse grip as a straw curse doll appeared in front of her. She held the scythe around the curse doll's neck, then decapitated it with the flick of a wrist. Thousands of nearby white monsters were decapitated and tumbled to the ground. The students' jaws dropped. Wuxia! What kind of dark magic is that? Jane prepared a new magic circle. Red chains rose like a waterfall from within, and butterflies clutched the ends of the chains as they flew. The butterflies dragged the chains around the entire defensive line as if making a barrier. The white monsters of prima materia who touched the chains immediately found those spots turning black and dying. This time it was a curse. Turning to her students, Jane said, "Don't leave the chains. No matter what." "Why yes." Riding on the butterflies, she hoisted numerous chains along with her as she moved to the next battlefield. The students stared at her shrinking form, absolutely awestruck. Asterisk. Damn it. Spat Aaron the moment he rematerialized. Why are you following me? Beside him, Bahil was following with a leisurely gait. Distance is meaningless to a first-class curse doctor. They can curse anyone from anywhere. Then why are you following me? Haha, don't be so stiff. It's been a while since we formed a duo, hasn't it? It's nice. Just like the good old days. Those days were anything but good. Bahil giggled before continuing. We have to divide into offense and defense, right? Which one would you rather? Offense. I also want to go for offense, so let's decide it with this. Bahil took a coin out of his pocket. Heads or tails? Which would you like to choose? Tails. Then I'll go heads. Even surrounded by countless white monsters, the two men were fixated on the outcome of the coin toss. Bahil grinned as he checked the coin in his palm. Heads, as expected. You sure do know how to take care of your juniors, senior. You and your dirty tricks. Well then, I won't turn down your offer. Bahil lifted his arms up to the sky. For a moment, nothing seemed to have changed. Until some students fighting monsters looked up at the sky. A moon has. A second moon had appeared in the sky. The recently created one, a full moon, overshadowed the entire Kizan campus from up close. Soon, the moon swayed, and a red eye opened from its center. The entire moon was Bahil's magic circle. I'll show you the true value of a curse. Bahil smiled and activated the magic circle. The eye on the moon opened wide and veins came visible from within. A red light descended, and it seemed as if the world had turned the color of blood. Bahil original Eye of Medusa. This red light immediately drew the attention of the low-intellect monsters. They raised their heads in search of what caused the mysterious phenomenon. The moment their eyes looked to the moon, the monsters' bodies hardened like stone before crumbling like powder. The white monsters as well as countless other monsters in the lands around Kizan helplessly turned to dust. As Bahil said, he could attack monsters from anywhere. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's going on? Mei Lin, struggling against monsters after her broadcast, was puzzled by the sudden change. She raised her head. Wait, Mei Lin. It's dangerous to look at the sky, said Rick as he swung his enchanted sword to slash a white monster. That's Professor Bahil's curse. The famous Eye of Medusa. ? She brushed her hair behind her ears. I already looked at it, and I even gazed directly into the eye. Nothing's happened. Huh, really? At that, Rick also raised his head and looked at the moon. She was right. Nothing happened. On the other hand, the surrounding monsters were being scoured from existence. Wow, despite the wide range, he has the control to distinguish between students and monsters? Huh. He really is a prof. Kaiwaya. Rick looked at her in surprise. Mei Lin was suddenly soaring into the sky. A red bone armor was covering her. What, where are you going? Do you think I'm doing this of my own volition, you idiot? Before he knew it, Rick's body was also covered in the red bone armor. As Rick was being pulled into the sky, his eyes widened. Hundreds of students in red bone armor were flying around simultaneously. They, too, were confused. Wait, this red skeleton. Professor Aaron is also here. Looking at the red skeletons covering the sky like locusts, Rick marveled. How many undead are he controlling at the same time? The red skeletons in bone armor dropped off students, including Rick and Mei Lin, on the roof of a safe building and went looking for other students. Mei Lin came down to the roof and grimaced from motion sickness, but Rick laughed loudly and gestured to the scene unfolding before them. Wahaha. We're saved. The professors are here. The other students finally grasped the situation and cheered. It's been a while since I controlled this much, said Aaron, the caster, while pushing back his bangs. A huge undead warship made of bones was floating above his head, and red skeletons were pouring out from the warship and roaming the entire Kizan campus. Students who ran into the woods, into basements, inside classroom cabinets, Aaron found them all and relocated them to a safe place. Oh, you aren't dead yet, senior? Still maintaining the Eye of Medusa, Bahil grinned. If you had majored in curses rather than summoning, you could have risen to a higher rank than you're in now, though. Shut up and release the petrification curse from my shoulder or I'll kill you. Oh, so you noticed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hong Feng, who arrived last, appeared on the roof of a building. She closed her eyes and began a serious ritual dance. She took light steps while drifting her arms through the air. Then the pace quickened, and her movements intensified. It quickly evolved into high-level footwork before. She finished the movement with a clap. Then, she slowly sat down cross-legged. Both her hands were on her lap. And a thunderous explosion. The winds howled at the distortion of space. A white monster, hundreds of meters away, collapsed with a huge hole in its head. Still cross-legged, Hong Feng moved until her arms became a blur, and the heads of monsters swarmed all over the campus began to explode. She was a human artillery unit. The swarming monsters were demolished by the unknown firepower. In the meantime, the evacuating students were grabbed by Aaron's bone armor and relocated to places that Jane had secured in advance. Any monsters that survived Hong Feng's attacks turned to stone and disappeared under Bahil's curse. There were many injured, but no one died. Thanks to the professors, Kizan was safe once more. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's been a while. Saintess of Purification. Flema, who had become a metal golem made of white flame, didn't show anything on her face. But her body was frozen, betraying her immense confusion. You broke through the barrier that easily? I'm pretty sure I put 10 years' worth of resistances on that barrier. Nephthys smiled. Yeah. It certainly was difficult to get through. I did pay for those 10 years. Exclamation point. Flema's huge body flinched. Are you insane? Just a few hundred students are worth 10 of your years? Nephthys raised one of her small hands. They are. She flicked her fingers. Flema hurriedly went to the side to avoid it, yet a giant hole was blown into her back. Kook. Flema rushed in and swung her sword of white flame. Nephthys opened her palm. A golden clock-shaped magic circle spread out in front of her. When the white flame sword touched the barrier, it shimmered before reverting to divinity. Nothing in this world is free from time, said Nephthys. Mana, divinity, and jet black, the origins of this world also disappear over time. There is no such thing as eternity. She pushed the golden magic circle with her fingertips. It moved forward at tremendous speeds, zipping past the sword and into the huge body that made Flema. The metal golem wore off, and before she knew it, her body reappeared with its arms outstretched. The right arm that had been blown off was also back, and the wounds from the great sword of destruction were nowhere to be seen. Time in her had completely reverted to the past. Nephthys grinned and wriggled her fingers. The magic circle flying past Flema stopped, then turned back in the direction it came from, passing through Flema's body. Her right arm disappeared, and the great sword of destruction's wounds reappeared. Aoeawag. Flema, having lost her arm again, screamed. At the same time, a huge dark hand reminiscent of an arm of a demon gripped her from a magic circle on the floor. Squeeze her. Nephthys clenched her tiny fist. Exclamation point. Simon, who had been watching with his jaw agape, unwittingly turned away. The demon arm gripped her tighter and tighter until a single sound filled the room. Chapter 157. The demon hand from the magic circle squeezed Flema. Then, Nephthys expressionlessly opened her hand. The demon's hand also opened, letting the sack of meat once known as Flema fall to the floor. Why don't you stop faking and stand up already? Coldly said Nephthys. White flame rose from the congealed mass. The horribly crushed flesh quickly returned to its original form. A miracle closer to resurrection than regeneration. Still, Flema was gasping for breath, clutching her chest as her face went pale. Ngggghhhh. The true value of white flame lay in its ability to recover. No matter what attack a user received, it'd regenerate infinitely with white flame. Even if her brain and body were crushed, leaving her unable to think or feel, white flame would forge her back to who she was. I'll kill you. A black line flew from behind and severed her neck. Nephthys, having swung her fingertips like a conductor's baton, watched as black lines carved through Flema's entire body. It hurts, does it not? Said Nephthys. Her crystal-clear voice was a young girl's, but the content wasn't. Lang would have suffered the same. Chunks of meat fell to the floor, sparking with white flame before regenerating into the form of Flema once more. Damn it. As soon as Flema regenerated, she hurriedly flew into the sky and poured down white flame. So Nephthys brought an arm above her head and the black lines from before blocked the white flame like a shield. Ha ha ha. Mark my words, Nephthys. I'll get you next, Tim. As she flew upward, her back hit something huge. Within moments, a large coffin had enveloped her. Iron Maiden. With Nephthys' beckon, the coffin shrunk to fit the size of Flema. Stakes then appeared everywhere and pierced the coffin one after another. Blood seeped from the holes. Kwawaweg. Flema reappeared, setting the coffin ablaze with white flame. Her expression was twisted with excruciating pain. Nephthys. Her offensive wasn't over yet. Nephthys toyed with Flema using her transcendent power. Flema was fried in scorching dark flame, had each cell rotted by a curse, and was pulverized by a hemomancy blade. Whether she willed it or not, the saintess white flame continuously resurrected her. Unable to withstand any more, Flema eventually activated the magic circle drawn on her skin. Sar the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Walpurgisnacht. Once she set up the divine barrier, even she couldn't leave. So, in case of emergency, she had created a teleportation light spell to escape. Her body contorted and escaped through a vacuum in the air. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She opened her eyes to a blinding light. She was in the Sky Island, where Efnel's headquarters was located. People garbed in white were buzzing about at the sudden appearance of Flema. Covered in sweat and filth, she gasped for breath and looked up. She could see Efnel's marble buildings. "I'm back." She was relieved just by seeing that. "I survived. Everything is finally over." She flopped onto the floor as her legs gave way. "Flema." An elderly priest came running, panting for breath. "Why, you're Flema, right? What brings you here without any announcement? Contact the Pope, His Holiness, right now," she yelled. "The Witch of Death is coming. Hurry up." What? Then, a female priest approached from beside the old priest. She pointed at Flema. "Flema, what is that thing you wear around your neck?" "What?" Her gaze turned to her neck. A golden collar was hanging there. "Ah. Ahaha aiawaya." Fear filled her eyes. The sound of the clock pierced her ears, and the people around her froze in time. The dimensional hole from which she had just exited opened again. Two terrifying blue eyes flashed from the abyss. "You. Ayakak. Stop. Please, stop. You got your vengeance, you demonic bastard." She was already over the edge with insanity so great she forgot her position as a saintess and begged for mercy from the incarnation of evil. A golden chain was attached to her collar before she realized it and connected to the abyss. A small hand emerged from the darkness and grasped the chain. "Come." Nephthys tugged at the chain. Flema was dragged through the space and thrown back onto the cold floor of Kizen's command and control room. Nephthys trampled on the fallen Flema. "So you had that kind of card up your sleeve, huh? You just wasted your precious time." Nephthys smiled with a thick undertone of malice. Flema was caught in a time trap without her notice, and the future where she had used Walpurgisnacht had been overwritten with the future where she hadn't. "Well, shall we continue where we left off?" Black lines coiled around Flema's neck. "Stoop." Her body was wrung like a wet towel. She died. She died over and over again. She died countless times, each death completely unique. Even after having her body repaired with white flame, her mind was still broken. "I need to somehow get out of here." She kept looking for opportunities. While her body was being chewed by a summon, she gave up her physical body and took off in her soul form. It worked. She saw the summon chewing on her body. Nephthys was still looking at Francesca, waiting for her to be resurrected with her white flame. The second ability of the Saintess of Purification, moving as a soul which transcends the body. Her transparent body quickly escaped the command and control room's cave and rose high into the air. "Don't think it'll end like this, Nephthys." She vowed to never forget this humiliation. She would find a new body and would definitely destroy Kizen next time. Next time, without a D. Exclamation point. She stopped. Without her notice, Flema had been trapped inside an invisible cage. What? She frantically shook the cage, but it didn't budge. She had never heard of this. How could she be restricted as an incorporeal spirit? "Did you know?" Flema turned her head in fright. Nephthys appeared beside the cage. "The thing that you priests call a blessed sacrament of the goddess is, in fact, almost the same in principle to Kizen's etherealization." What did you say?" Of course, it's impossible to dwell in someone else's body as you do, but it's not difficult to move the soul like this. And naturally, we also have ways to neutralize the skill. Nephthys moved away from the cage and waved her hand. I've been waiting for you to fly away as a soul. Now I can finally, truly kill you. What appeared in the sky was a grim reaper holding a black scythe. It raised the scythe. Stop. Instinctively understanding that this would be her end, Flemma's soul shuddered in fear. Stoop. A horrific sound echoed through the sky. Then, the saintess was no more. Asterisk. Some time later. Simon, after passing out from exhaustion during Nephthys' massacre, at last woke up. The place was unfamiliar, and it stunk of chemicals. He was wearing a patient's gown, and 4 tubes were connected to various parts of his body. Simon rubbed his eyes. Are you finally awake? He heard a girl's voice next to him. When he turned his head, he saw a dark-haired girl peeling fruits from her chair next to his bed. Lorraine. Simon shot upright, but Lorraine gestured for him to slow down. Don't overdo it. You really need to rest. Visiting was originally prohibited. I only got in by using my mother's name. Already sitting upright, Simon blankly stared out the window. The place he was in was the Kizan infirmary. Is everyone all right? Yeah. Don't worry. Your group members and everybody else are fine. Lorraine retold the story of the aftermath in a soft voice. The saintess of purification was completely erased by Nephthys. This deactivated the divine barrier that covered Kizan, and the white monsters disappeared once Nephthys retrieved the prima materia. Because students responded so well in the early stages of the attack, there were little over 60 injured and, miraculously, no deaths. Simon had woken up 2 days after the incident. Currently, Kizan was in the middle of shortened classes. It's a little embarrassing, she said as she held out the peeled fruit on a plate with a fork. Simon took the fork, speared the yellow fruit he hadn't seen before, and popped it in his mouth. It was soft and slightly sweet, and it melted in his mouth. Simon thought that it was the perfect fruit for patience. What's embarrassing? In this unprecedented situation where the Saintess of Ethnal attacked Kizan, I was the only one who couldn't do anything. I was stuck in the mausoleum after my mom's pestering. I shouldn't have followed her. Simon let out a bitter laugh. You can't help it. You weren't here anyway. I can't help it but feel disappointed regardless. The two laughed and made small talk for a while until Simon decided to ask what had been on his mind the whole time. What do you think is gonna happen? With what? Simon sighed. With the continent. Will there be a war? I wonder. The atmosphere in the Kizan headquarters and among the Council of Elders does seem to be threatening it. Taking a new fruit out of her basket, Lorraine continued. Miraculously, there were no student victims. But Professor Lang was still lost, and all of Kizan was deceived. Some of Elders are in the mood for war. But why don't you? Lorraine's gaze turned to the ward's door. Ask directly? The door opened, and a little girl with silver hair appeared while waving. Halo. Have you been doing well, Simon? Nephthys. As soon as Nephthys entered the room, she dashed forward and jumped onto Simon's bed. Her target was the fruit plate Lorraine had prepared. Can I eat that? Of course. Please, help yourself. Mom, I peeled that for Simon. Ignoring Lorraine's stare, Nephthys began to nibble on the fruit. Nephthys, there's something that I want to ask. Yeah? Ask me anything. What will happen to the continent now? She smiled. Hee, maybe everyone should tense up a little bit now. What was that supposed to mean? Will there be a war? Or should people tense up from the hanging threat of war? I don't know if war will break out or not. But Ethnal will pay the price. Declared Nephthys before spearing a piece of fruit with the fork and pushing it at Simon. Since her arms were short, Simon had to bend forward as far as he could. Simon changed the question after taking the fruit. Then, was the terrorism a declaration of war by Ethnal? For now, Ethnal has cut off its tail. This time, it was Lorraine who answered. Their official statement was that Ethnal did not make this order, but rather it was an unexpected act by the Saintess of Purification. Hee. They must be a mess after losing a messenger of the goddess. But a new Saintess of Purification will appear soon enough. Simon tilted his head. How come? If you kill a Saintess, their essence of the Saintess flows out into the air. Soon, a new Saintess will be born in the Holy Federation, nestled in a person with high compatibility. No matter how many times you kill them, Saintesses will continue to be born and keep holding us back. Ah, but you don't need to worry about it. She stood up and stroked Simon's forehead. Don't worry, nothing that would uproot your daily life will happen just yet. Stated Nephthys as if she knew exactly what Simon was worried about. Still, gradual change is bound to happen, right? It's a little early for it, but we'll be starting vacation. Simon blinked in surprise, although Lorraine seemed to be already aware of it. Vacation? Yeah. We decided to move it earlier. Buildings have collapsed, many students were injured, and the situation is chaotic, so we'll have an early vacation and make the second semester a bit longer. Seeing Simon's dazed face, Nephthys smiled. You can look forward to it. It's going to be much tougher than the usual second semester for first years. Ha 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 ha. How could it be even tougher than it was normally? Simon was getting worried. Then, Lorraine asked. By the way, Mom, didn't you say you were going out today? Right, I have to go. Having finished eating the fruit, she jumped down to the floor. Where are you going? At Simon's question, she opened the ward door, smiled a meaningful smile. The Holy Federation. What? I told you, didn't I? Whether war happens or not, Ethnal will pay the price. She left them with those words. Chapter 158 The Sky Island. This mystic island floating thousands of meters above the ground had remained an impregnable fortress for the entire continent's history. It was currently used as the headquarters of Ethnal. At the only entrance to the island, Heaven's Gate, countless people looked around at the sky while whispering to each other. The sky, which had been bright and clear just a few minutes ago, was dyed dark as night, and black lightning rained on the earth. The priests and students of Ethnal were quivering in fear. What demonic scenery is this? Is the goddess furious? No. Said a priest with hair so long it dragged across the floor. Faculty and students alike bowed to him in unison. It was Ethnal's professor of guarding, Agar. This is an omen. Stop the classes and evacuate the students. Yes, sir. At Agar's command, the faculty members of Ethnal quickly dispersed. Then, a brilliant flash of light flooded the entrance, and a great pillar rose from the center of Heaven's Gate. The pillar rose endlessly through the clouds of Sky Island. Seeing a band of light from a fluttering garment, Agar immediately knelt on the ground. Your Holiness. Everyone around the pillar bowed so low they lay flat on the floor. The 15th Pope, Hercilia Ethnal. The pillar of light disappeared, an elderly woman with graying hair taking its place. PR/N, we are aware that we referred to the Pope as a he before. The Korean Ross weren't clear on that. We will be addressing Pope Hercilia as a she from now on. She wore a baggy white habit and held a cane in her hand. She walked with compassion and a benevolent smile, but her 6-meter-tall form greatly intimidated those around her. Pope, Your Holiness. Why did you come all the way here yourself? At Agar's words, the Pope looked into the storm. It would seem that Flema has caused an accident. Ah. Everyone's just too reckless. We always have to be the ones to clean up their mistakes. Hercilia stepped forward and clasped her palms together. I might have to risk my life this time, too. Black clouds rose in the sky like a tidal wave, then gathered to form the shape of a colossal demon. Blue eyes shone from inside the face, and its hands stretched into the horizon. A demon. It's a demon. Goddess protect us. Hercilia summoned divinity and formed a second sun in an explosion of blinding brilliance. Agur, I'll leave the evacuation to you. Yes, Your Holiness. Please be safe. Agur knew very well he was no help in this fight. He took the lead and fled with those around him. With the swipe of the Pope's arm, a barrier of divinity surrounded Ethnal. Nephthys, is this really how you must vent your anger? The huge arm of darkness struck the barrier. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The barrage from the rumored Witch of Death continued for 48 hours. Ethnal, guarded by the Pope, was safe. But her attack reached the Sky Island and the ground. 3 major abbeys were destroyed, 47 minor abbeys were reduced to rubble, and the cities under the Sky Island were also devastated. Considering that thus destruction was merely from the debris that fell from Sky Island, Nephthys' attack was even more ferocious than the damage would suggest. Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Where are you? After the 2 days of terror from the Witch of Death, Agur ran to the entrance of Ethnal, which was now a complete mess. Ah! Heaven's Gate, a structure Ethnal was so proud of, was a ruin. The rubble that remained was also soaked in pools of blood that went up to the knee. In the middle of that, he saw the Pope leaning against a wall. Your Holiness! The blood was all hers. Trembling, Agur collapsed into tears, his face almost falling into the blood in the process. I'll summon the 6 saintesses right now. We'll conduct a bloody revenge on the Witch of Death and... This ends here, Agur, said the Pope, closing her eyes. Please take control of the situation and focus on repairs. Agur's eyes widened. Why, Your Holiness, I mean no disrespect, but do you intend to ignore Kizan's ruthless and vicious act of terrorism? The Holy Federation is ready to fight to their death. Just give us the order, and... She laughed. There's no need for that. Nephthys was just throwing a cute little tantrum. Agur was taken aback. The Pope was covered in blood, abbeys were demolished, yet she said it was just a little tantrum? If she were serious, I wouldn't have been left so unscathed. She got up from the wall and quickly began to heal her wounds. It was an exchange of blows between people with an old, ill-fated relationship. This issue ends here. Focus on fixing what has been done. Agur's face stiffened. Did she know how thirsty for war the armed groups of Ethnal were? Saintess Flema also rebelled against the Pope's guidelines, resulting in her taking reckless action by herself. But the Pope's command was absolute. While she was still actively suppressing the radicals, there was no justification to act. Agur sighed inwardly and bowed his head. As you wish. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, Kizan's infirmary. Phew, Nephthys' attack played a huge role. Ethnal chickened out. Gathered around Simon in his patient's gown, all of Group 7 were visiting the ward. Rick was talking eagerly as always, and Simon nodded along with a smile on his face. SE the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Did Ethnal really chicken out? Of course. They must have seen Nephthys' power firsthand. The priests talking war had to shut their mouths at that. As long as Nephthys lives, the Holy Federation will never start war. How pathetic. You pretend to be smart, but you're not that good at diplomacy, aren't you? Resembling Nephthys in this way, Malin was snacking at Simon's basket of fruits. Nephthys is indeed great, and it's true that for every bit of damage we received, Ethnal received it several-fold. But it's hard to say that Ethnal chickened out. The Pope got hurt because she deserved it. In fact, the ones who chickened out were the Council of Elders, weren't they? Ah, that's for sure. Rick smirked and nodded. After Nephthys herself stepped out and did this, they can't go about how Nephthys has done nothing. It's not enough. Let's have a war. It'd be ridiculous. In the end, they just went along with the public's praising of Nephthys. Camabarez, sitting quietly and peeling a fruit, speared a piece with a fork and brought it to Simon. Simon, say ah dot. Simon opened his mouth and Camabarez fed him a piece of fruit. Then, she stared at Simon eating. Cammy? Yes, Simon. You're also a patient. Why don't you have some rest? Like Simon, Camabaras was also wearing a gown, and bandages covered her body. She smiled and brought up her thin forearms, flexing them as hard as she could. I'm fine. I'm tougher than you, after all. The story Simon had heard was that she used too much hemomancy on her way to the mausoleum. Of course, that wasn't quite the truth. She was in a very precarious position after breaking Ursula's seal. Silage, the professor of hemomancy, took immediate action and resealed her, saving her life. However, Cammy kept this story a secret, fearing that she might make the others worry. A knock was heard, and a servant working in the infirmary entered the room. Sorry for intruding while you have your visitors. How do you feel, student? I feel a lot better now. That's a relief. Would it be alright if I draw some blood for a test? Sure. The servant inserted a syringe into Simon's arm and began to draw blood. Everyone silently watched, until the noise was so audible, Malin, Rick, and Simon all turned to look at where it came from. Camabaras was looking at the syringe with a bright red face. Cammy, what's wrong? Camabaras jumped at Malin's question before wildly waving her hands in denial. Why you see? I thought that the syringe was scary. Just looking at its needle makes me nervous. Ahaha. Malin came over and hugged Camabaras tight. How cute you're afraid of needle. Cammy is still a baby, I see. Malin stroked her head. Camabaras looked away with her still red face. She couldn't help but keep glancing at Simon's blood filling the syringe. Well, there we go. Thank you very much. You seem to have stabilized, so you should be able to leave soon. I'll go tell the doctor. Yes. I'm counting on you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 days later, Simon and Camabaras were discharged without any troubles. At Kizan, shortened classes continued. The school was uneasy after the Sanctus attack, and normal classes were difficult with the many injured among the students. Originally, in Kizan, injuries were the individual's responsibility. But this time, it was an external factor, so ignoring the injured and continuing performance assessments would inevitably mar Kizan's name. Then one day, in beginner's dark magic, after the shortened classes had been going for nearly a week, a large announcement was dropped by Jane. We'll be starting the holidays tomorrow. Jane's shocking announcement turned the lecture room upside down. Simon already knew this thanks to Nephthys, so he just nodded. With the situation being how it is, we'll start the holidays a little early. The remaining classes, dual evaluations, final exams, and everything else from the first semester will be included in the newly made integrated second semester. The integrated second semester was a semi-wartime curriculum that considered the situation with the Holy Federation. Although no war broke out, it was evidence that Kizan headquarters was taking this situation seriously. Of course, no student is thinking about only having fun during holidays, right? At Jane's signal, assistant teachers dropped thick bundles of papers in front of each student's desk. The students froze when they realized these were all holiday assignments. All 9 subjects have holiday assignments piled up. Of course, even if the professor's assignments don't bother you, I hope you'll stay aware of yourself and use this as an opportunity to improve your skills in preparation for the integrated second semester. Are there any questions? Jamie raised her hand. What will happen with the grades for the first semester? Good question. They'll be combined into the grades for the second semester. We plan to continue the dual evaluation without resetting student squads. After Jamie, other students raised their hands and asked questions, and Jane answered smoothly as always. What if I don't finish my holiday assignment? Is there a penalty? You'll get a permanent holiday. Next. How is the integrated second semester different from the usual second semester? We'll be training the students with the understanding that we may be entering war. Written assessments will be reduced, and the weight and intensity of practical training will increase overall. Evaluations will include practical skills against priests, and performance assessments will be several times more dangerous. Next. Who'll be the new professor for poisonous alchemy? Whoever it'll be, they're not going to change your grade of 40. Next. Camabara's timidly raised her hand and Jane pointed at her. This is Camabara's Ursula. My question is out of the blue amid such serious questions, but feel free to ask anything, Camabara's. When the second semester comes, will classmates change, too? Silence fell upon the classroom. Everyone was paying attention. It was a trivial yet important question that everybody wished someone would ask. Generally, in Kizan, the first and second semesters had different classmates. However, the integrated second semester was unprecedented. Even Hector, who had been casually sitting in the back with his arms behind his head, leaned forward. Jane replied with a faint smile. The second semester will be done in the same classes. Unable to hide their joy, cheers erupted from everywhere. Students hugged or high-fived each other. Simon also shared his joy with Rick, Maylin, and Camabares. What a relief, Simon. I know. Simon really liked his current group, the composition of the class, and Professor Jane and her assistant teachers. But there was one person who Simon wanted to transfer. Simon glanced at them. Hector, you just smiled, didn't you? Shut up. Hector smiled. Wahaha. He must have been worried that we'd be gone. I said, shut up. While Hector's faction laughed loudly, Hector's eyes turned to Simon. In the second semester, I'll definitely. Holidays were the best chance to get strong. Hector was planning to widen the gap in these 2 months so that Simon wouldn't even dare challenge him. The Moore family's training method was harsh, but he was confident he would survive it this time as well. As Hector became determined to return on a whole other level, Simon simply turned away. Hector's face turned red. You bastard. So you don't give a shit about me anymore, huh? Hector's murderous intent flooded the room, but the students didn't give a damn and kept exchanging stories in a friendly mood. Silence. At Jane's words, class focused on her once more. Now then. I'll announce the most important task for you during the holidays. Chapter 159, the most important core assignment in the Semester 1 holidays. Find your own way to fight priests. The students looked at each other and began to buzz with excitement. As announced earlier, the core topic of the integrated second semester will be training practical skills so you can fight and defeat priests. As you may have felt with this incident, clashing with priests is inevitable. At the mention of priests, fighting spirit subtly began to rise within the students. During the holidays, you should think about and sharpen your own ability to compete against priests. What you prepare will be presented in the first class of the second semester. Everyone was lost when it came to the final assignment, and Simon was no exception. My own ability to compete against priests, you say? While Simon was lost in thought. A white light shimmered on his left hand under the desk. What the? Simon immediately realized what this light was. It was divinity, the power of the priests. Simon hurriedly shook out his left hand, but the light wasn't extinguished. Maylin, who was diligently taking notes, glared at Simon. What are you doing? You're distracting me. Oh, sorry. It's nothing. Camabares, on the seat next to him, tilted her head. Simon? You look pale. And you're drenched in sweat. Oh. It must be because the lecture room is hot. Simon quickly made an excuse and pretended to listen to Jane's explanation. The two went back to paying attention to the class, but a cold sweat ran down Simon's back. What's wrong with me? Simon's mind was spinning. Was I exposed to too much divinity against the Saintess? But if that was it, many necromancers working in the field would also be shining with divinity. All kinds of thoughts rushed through his mind. If a necromancer used divinity in such troubling times, wouldn't they be arrested as an ephemeral spy? I might be taken to the headquarters, be revealed as a commander, and get even my parents arrested. That cannot happen. Everyone was focused on Jane's voice, but Simon was fighting himself. I'm gonna go crazy. No matter how hard he tried to extinguish the divinity, the brightness only got stronger and stronger. Even if he placed his hand in his pocket or against a surface, light would leak out. By now, some of the students had noticed the strange light. How the hell do I turn this thing off? Obviously, he had never learned anything like divinity operation in Kizun. For now, Simon raised his concentration just like how he would control Jet Black. Turn off. Turn off. Turn off. It backfired. The light doubled in brightness and illuminated the entire ceiling. Who's messing with lights during the lecture? You could hear Jane scribbling down onto the blackboard the contents of the handout. Fortunately, she didn't look back. The eyes of the other students weren't on Simon, but Rick. Malin scolded him. Gosh. You attention whore, please. What? It's not me. The more Rick claimed it wasn't him, the more attention he drew. After all, he was known for being a troublemaker. Sorry, Rick. While people's eyes were on Rick, Simon desperately tried to control his divinity. Why is this happening in the last class? I couldn't even use divinity BEF. As soon as Simon thought that, the divinity on his palm faded and disappeared without a trace. Question mark. Simon didn't understand, but he let out a sigh of relief at the thought that he survived. He used to be sad about having to leave Kizun for several months, but this had changed his mind. I need to return to Les Hill as soon as possible. I must learn from my mother how to control this power before I get into any trouble. While others were wondering how to overcome the priest's divinity, Simon was wondering how to control his divinity. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After the announcement, preparations for the holiday season proceeded with Kizun's unique haste. Everyone went back to their dorms and packed what they needed. Although the room and members would stay the same in the second semester, it was good to take necessary items for homework like textbooks and notes. Thank you for everything in the first semester, Kajan, said Simon as he packed his things. Kajan, with a large bag hoisted over his shoulder, jumped down from the bunk bed and held out his hand. Thank you, too. The two shook hands. Rick, who had already packed his things and was rolling around in his bed, watched them with envy. Simon hesitated a little before asking. By any chance will I still see you in the second semester? Kajan had enrolled in Kizun for Nephthys mission to find and arrest the priest. An undercover admission. Now that the mission was complete, Kajan had no reason to remain in Kizun. cthnovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You'll find out when you come back. Haha. Simon let out a bitter laugh. As expected from someone in the Thieves' Guild. He didn't give information that easily. Anyway, I was lucky to fight alongside you on this mission. Having said that, Kajan whispered so Rick wouldn't hear. There is honor among thieves. I'll keep your secret, so don't you worry. Aw, thank you. Kajan gave Simon a light pat on the shoulder before turning to leave. Have a nice holiday, Kajan. Interrupted Rick. Kajan stopped walking and looked back. Snore less. At that, Simon burst into laughter. Rick giggled, also finding it funny. Kajan closed the door and left. Simon's and Rick's eyes met, and they laughed again. Holidays, huh? I can't believe it. I know, right? For now, I booked a room in Rochest. Quite a few people are staying there, and... While listening to Rick's story, Simon jumped in fright. White light had erupted from the tip of his left index finger. Simon quickly hid his hand behind his back. Luckily, Rick was too immersed in his story to notice. I have to go back as soon as possible. Simon, who had packed all his things beforehand, left and told Rick that he had to stop by somewhere. The first place he went was Pier's ruins. The so-called great ancient undead were huddled together on the floor playing cards. Hearing Simon approaching, Pierre threw his cards into the air and shouted. "So you're here, boy." Prince tore at his hair in disbelief. "What? I almost won that round." "Ho ho ho. Life is like that sometimes." "Welcome back, Commander." Elizabeth, who had been staring at her cards while chewing her nails, also threw her cards into the air and stood up. Prince alone remained sitting, staring at his hand of cards. Hand on his hips, Simon asked. "Now that it's holidays, has everyone decided what they're doing?" "Of course." Pierre decided to go to the Jungle of Screams in southwest Dresden to find clues about the next ancient undead. Elizabeth was planning to go to a place called the Insect Tomb, a paradise for spiders. There, she was going to look for a way to drastically increase her population of corpse spiders. As for Prince, "I'm going back to Deathland." Prince decided to consolidate his control over the other zombies a little more and focus on stabilizing Deathland, which had been made a mess of by Manus and his comrades. "Look forward to it. It shall be the future base of the Legion," exclaimed Prince, grabbing his crown and throwing it at Simon's feet. Up until then, he still held those 2 cards in his hand. "So I'm the only one going to Les Hill, huh?" Prince refused to meet Richard, and Elizabeth had a grudge against both Richard and Anna, so Simon would refuse her even if she wanted to go. But he didn't expect Pierre to be disinterested. Simon figured he'd have much to talk about with Richard. "I'm no longer Richard's marshal, but yours. We're already strangers, and we're not on terms good enough to have a pleasant chat. It doesn't suit my taste." As Pierre stretched out his arm, the clone of his that was attached to Simon's school uniform was sucked into his hand. Pierre pushed himself off the ground and placed the greatsword of destruction onto his shoulder. "Pierre, are you sure you don't want to see my dad?" Pierre briefly looked up at the ceiling before replying. "It's not yet the time to." Richard would agree. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pierre and Elizabeth, who had business in the Dresden kingdom, decided to move directly from Roke Island by boat. They had already made a reservation, and since Elizabeth could transform, they didn't have to worry about being discovered. Meanwhile, Prince simply returned his consciousness to his main body in Deathland. After coming back to Kizan, Simon stopped by the mutant club room to say goodbye to his seniors before getting to the teleportation circle. "Simon! Over here. Hurry up. Why are you so late?" Less than an hour remained until they departed home. All of Group 7 decided to meet up before teleporting, talking in a friendly atmosphere until the end. From the Cyclops performance assessment to the recent Sanctus incident, Group 7 could not be closer. Of course, Simon couldn't fully enjoy the conversation out of his worry that the divinity might resurface. He listened to the holiday plans of his friends. Maylin would work on her stamina and would refine her ice-dark magic in the Ivory Tower. Rick decided to remain in Rochest on Roke Island for a month or so. He said he planned to settle his business there before heading over to the continent to see his father. Camabarez said she'd go to a Kizan graduate with Silage's letter of recommendation to find a way to suppress and control her violent blood. Everyone had good plans. "Simon, what are you planning to do?" At Malin's question, Simon shrugged. "I think I'll just spend my time in my hometown helping my father and doing the assignments." It wasn't a lie, but he didn't reveal his first priority of controlling his erratic divinity. Simon figured that gaining control over this power would also bring insight into the biggest holiday assignment, finding an ability to compete against priests. "We will soon depart. Students who are called, please come forward." The moment of farewell came as the teleportation circle activated. Camabarez welled up with tears. She said that she'd definitely write to everyone. Others comforted her by saying that the 2 months would pass by so fast. "Simon Polentia." "Yes." Simon was called first. Having to drag his feet, it seemed that he really became fond of them despite knowing them for such a short time. After saying goodbye to his groupmates, he stepped up to the teleportation circle. The servant politely bowed his head. "The Les Hill estate of the Baldwin Kingdom. Is that correct?" "Yes." Commencing with teleportation. The magic circle was activated, and both his legs floated in the air. Simon closed his eyes, giving in to the familiar sensation. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was a beautiful day outside. Birds were singing, flowers were blooming. The warm sun shined down on his face as he watched a babbling stream of water. It was such a familiar scene that unfolded before him. Whoa! He really had returned. To Les Hill. His hometown was still the same. Nothing had changed. Simon felt like he had fallen into another dimension seeing the peaceful Les Hill after being in the fierce Kizan. He started leisurely walking around, taking in the sights. Charles, who was chopping firewood as usual, found Simon and smiled broadly. "Oh, look who's here. Young master." Charles tossed his axe aside and waved intensely. His youngest, Roa, stuck his head out from inside and cheered. "Big bro Simon." Simon smiled as he approached, exchanging greetings. Roa kept poking at Simon's Kizan uniform, saying it was cool, and then threw a tantrum about how he wanted to enroll in Kizan, too. Charles chuckled and encouraged him, saying that he'd be able to enroll once he grew up. "Well then, I'll get going." "Yes. You're back home, so take a good rest." Simon started walking again. He crossed the comforting landscape and arrived at the castle, no, the wooden house that the people called a castle. It was his father's, the Lord's abode. What should I say first when I see mother and father again? A lot of greetings came to mind. Simon took a deep breath and stood at the door. He knocked, but there was no answer. However, he could hear someone inside. "Are they busy?" Since the door was unlocked, Simon creaked it open and went inside. He saw Richard standing in the main room with a grave expression. "Simon." Richard found him. When Simon saw Richard's expression, he realized something was terribly, terribly wrong. He ran into the main room. Ah! His eyes widened. Anna Polantia was lying in bed, face contorted by agony. Chapter 160. Simon knew that Anna had a chronic illness. Ever since Simon was a kid, she suffered from an unknown disease for several days a year. Then, after a few days, she'd wake up fine. But Anna now looked worse than Simon had ever seen. Richard had tried to do something. A magic circle made of mana was spread beneath Anna's bed. "Follow me, Simon." As she slept, Richard and Simon went out. The two walked up a small hill not far from the house. "Father, something happened to Mom, right?" asked Simon after taking a few steps, not able to bear it anymore. Richard calmly replied. "It's that usual chronic illness. But there's a complication. The medicine to alleviate Anna's condition could only be made in the Holy Federation. However, the incident with Nephthys made Ethnal issue the highest level of alert for the Holy Federation. All routes in and out of the Federation were under strict control. The middleman, who used to provide the medicine once a year, contacted us saying it'd be difficult this year." Simon was speechless. He never imagined what happened in Kizan would affect Les Hill and his parents so far away. "Don't worry too much. I've already taken action." "How?" Richard gazed into the sky before continuing. "I was able to contact an acquaintance of your mother. She got the medicine and will come to Les Hill herself to deliver it. She'll arrive by the end of the week." "Ah." Simon's face brightened. That's a relief. How generous of her." "So, I have a favor to ask of you." Richard looked Simon in the eye. "I want you to go and pick her up. Times are strange, and since she's from Ethnal, she must feel threatened. Please, take care of her." Simon nodded vigorously. "Yes. Leave it to me. The medicine should arrive within this week. Anna would be fine." The heavy atmosphere began to ease. Richard asked about Simon's life in Kizan, and Simon burst into telling the stories he had been itching to share. The friends he met at Kizan, the professors, the classes, performance assessments, and even the necromancer skills he had learned. As they talked, Simon felt just how precious things at Kizan were. Richard, listening to the story, also wore a subtle smile on his face. Things haven't changed there, huh? There was a deep longing in Richard's voice when he said that. Are you involved with any girls there? Exclamation point. Simon went bright red. And not yet. I see. Richard stroked Simon's head as though proud. Now is the time to think about your future. Having a healthy relationship is good, but youthful passion is quite hard to control. Be extra careful when meeting friends of the opposite sex in the future. Simon met Richard's gaze. In Simon's eyes, Richard discovered a surprisingly rebellious edge. Has Simon ever looked at me with those kinds of eyes? What's wrong? It's nothing. Simon pouted and turned away. Richard was perplexed. His kind and obedient son was going through a rebellious phase? It must be unavoidable for the rebelliousness of adolescence to develop if he is hanging out with peers of the same age at school. Meanwhile, Simon had different thoughts. Does he even remember what he did before? Simon had already heard about Richard's school life from Nephthys and Pierre. Richard giving him warnings about relationships was hypocritical considering how promiscuous was. A son's first rebellion and a father's hypocritical remarks. The thoughts of father and son crossed in different directions. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the way down the hill, after talking about Kizan, Simon made up his mind. I need to tell him here. This was the time to talk between father and son. There was no point in prolonging it. Father. What's wrong, Simon? There are two things I'd like to ask you. Seeing Simon stop to ask a question, Richard thought that something that was supposed to come had come. He looked serious as he nodded his head. Go ahead. First off, what's the nature of Mom's chronic illness? If the medicine can only be obtained from the Holy Federation, isn't it priest-related? Despite being their only son, Richard and Anna's past were buried in fog for Simon. Asking about their past was forbidden, like some kind of unwritten rule, and Richard had only said that even knowing about it could put Simon in danger. But things had changed. Simon became a commander after inheriting Richard's legion, so he was already directly involved. Simon wanted to know how they were in the past and the nature of his mother's disease, which they had always brushed off as a chronic illness. Yeah, I guess it's about time for you to know. Richard raised his head. Your mother's true identity is a former saintess of Ethnal. She was the saintess of miracles in the Holy Federation. Simon's jaw dropped. To think that his mother was a saintess like Flema. He thought she might have been an excellent priest, but it was more than he could have imagined. Simon was the son of a commander and a saintess. Anna's illness is a side effect of forcibly removing her essence of the saintess. Remove the essence of the saintess? Simon had already heard of that essence from Nephthys. The power to turn humans into demigods known as saintesses. Simon thought it would be a massive operation to forcibly remove such a thing. This was in addition to Richard disbanding his legion of his own will. Simon thought that life in Les Hill was leisurely and peaceful, but the two of them had in fact made great sacrifices for this daily life. There's currently no perfect cure for this illness. But thanks to the medicine from the Holy Federation, she can continue to live. Simon nodded before returning his gaze directly into Richard's eyes. The second question is regarding you, Father. Go ahead. You were a commander, weren't you? This time it was Richard's jaw that dropped. I also heard that you were famous in Kizan. But strangely, there are no records of a necromancer named Richard Polentia. Excluding Nephthys, none of the professors knew a Richard Polentia. Trying to find clues about his father, Simon scoured the books in the Kizan library, but he came up blank. Search the novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Who exactly are you, Father? Richard put on a faint smile. I used a fake name. As a child, Richard resented and hated his father, Theron Polentia. He was an excellent necromancer, but that did not excuse him of his actions. He was a sociopath and alcoholic, and was often violent towards his son and wife. He even experimented on Richard for his research. Unable to withstand the tyranny, Richard ran from home and abandoned his father's name. So he made a new name for himself. Even after getting acknowledged by Nephthys and entering Kizan, he used his new name up until the end of his time as a commander. Yona. Richard smiled. Try looking for that name when you go back to Kizan. Richard didn't elaborate further. Simon didn't ask him to either. His question was answered. Dad? Yeah? Actually, I became a commander. I inherited your legion. Richard's eyes shook. Did Nephthys tell you? Yeah. How's Pierre? He's been released from his seal and is doing fine. I've also gathered up Elizabeth and Prince so far. Simon wondered how Richard would react. Would he be proud? Mad? But Richard remained expressionless. All he said was, I see. Countless emotions were in that voice. It's fine. As long as you don't regret it. Richard didn't ask Simon more about the Legion. The two arrived at the house before they knew it. *****. The next morning. Simon left early and was running through the mountains. It's been a while since I was last here. As the heir of Les Hill, Simon often had to cross the mountains to manage villages. He had crossed the rough Les Hill mountains thousands of times, all without a core. Now that he was a necromancer, he could conquer the mountains much faster. Maintaining jet-black operation as he ran, the surroundings rushed past. Feeling the wind on his face, Simon recalled what Richard had told him. A guest from the Holy Federation. Simon was deeply curious. She visited the Dark Alliance at a time of great turmoil just for Anna. Simon was eternally grateful. Once he had arrived at the forked forest Roadan unavoidable path on the way to Les Hill. Simon climbed a tall tree and waited. He chewed the poorly made rice ball Richard had given him. He didn't know how long the guest would take to arrive, so he needed to make sure he wouldn't get hungry. Only a few merchant wagons passed by, so it was tranquil. Anticipating a long wait, Simon took out a holiday assignment from his subspace. After working hard on his assignment for a while, he saw a traveler entering the forked forest road. A white robe covered their entire head, and a backpack was slung over their shoulders. They fit Richard's description almost exactly. Simon returned his assignment to the subspace and hopped down from his tree. Nice to meet you. Simon politely bowed his head. Surprised by the sudden arrival, the traveler flinched. I'm. A gust of wind blew. The traveler vanished before appearing again beside Simon, flying in feet first. Simon barely raised his right arm in time to block. The two trembled in a contest of strength between leg and arm. The surrounding leaves scattered into the sky, and the unsettled dust formed a small cloud. While giving a welcoming smile, Simon said, Wait. There seems to be a misunderstanding. You. A woman's voice came from inside the robe. Are a necromancer, are you not?